Good evening. Hello, Cliff. He's got a really cute wave there. I wish I had something. Just thinking, there's been. Last week I had Tragedy Looper that had just arrived. I haven't gotten a chance to play it yet, unfortunately. I did do one or two things though for the stream in between, although I can't actually really show you here. It doesn't quite. Things for the starting and be right back screens. Something is acting a little funny. It's the. It's more like there was a suggestion. It was kind of a I could do that. So I made it happen and just. Did I turn off something? I was also playing around with something else and I kind of broke a little bit and I haven't restarted since. So it's kind of a maybe it'll be fine when I restart. And now it's kind of a oh god, what have I done in the meantime? What have I broken? Oh, well, right now I have hotkeys set up for like expressions and it's not working, so it's kind of a why isn't it? Is this not running? I guess it's not running. Okay, yeah, so it wasn't one of the programs wasn't running and now it's showing and now it's kind of a case of work, damn you. Damn you. Normally when this happens I would just restart, but I can't because I just started stream. Unless I do this. Yes, okay, now we have it back. But no, the other thing. Yeah. I should have restarted and I didn't because it was kind of a, well, what if I have to deal with the mic issues again? I'd rather, I know the mic works right now. Even though, actually, I wonder if so for Legend of Mana and any other controller game, I have now like a controller hand and it actually reacts to my input so you can see my input in sort of real time. But I have a Switch controller and you have to do a bit of a workaround to get the inputs to work because at first without dealing with without fully reading all the like comments on it, it was kind of this is formatted for Xbox controller. Great, cool. But it works for other controllers, right? When you look at like the USB device controller thing for Windows with a Switch with a Switch controller plugged in, I should actually unplug the controller before like it accidentally inputs. It was absolutely freaking out. So it's kind of why is it constantly shaking? Why am I constantly like tapping and moving everything? And even when I had it unplugged, it was just why is everything shaking? It was kind of a I don't want to give off that impression. And the workaround was having to start it through Steam, so kind of a little bit more workaround, but not the worst. But yeah, I can't get my controller working right now without restarting. I think that's my solution for like everything. It's not working. Have I turned it off and on again? I mean, that is supposed to be one of the first things, right? That's one of the first defense points for IT. I hold that near and dear. I say it as I obviously didn't do that to fix my issues today. But I think I have the game kind of ready. I hate to say I've forgotten some of the rules, but also just a, quick reread. Eh. Okay, okay. So I'm gonna turn this down like a tiny bit. Nobody minds. Running a little bit late today in general. Like I meant to get up earlier and do some practice, and I'm gonna have to do that now afterwards. And it's kind of, I could do it early in the morning, or I can make my neighbors suffer, and it's kind of maybe I'll make the neighbors suffer a little bit. They were running something really squealy all afternoon that I could hear, so that was not fun to try and sleep through. So I have the rules up in the corner, or like the scoring rules, which, hold on, I have a copy of the rules. I have a copy of the rules somewhere. Did I download it? I did not. It's available freely online. Oh, actually, that reminds me. Just in case. I never created something for that. We're not gonna talk about that. Trying out solo variation Flourish, and where do you buy Flourish? Who's the publisher? I saw the publisher when I was doing the thing. Who is the publisher? Starling Games Plus. How many publishers does one board? Oh, different versions. Okay, that would explain it. Kind of a. Ah, okay. Okay. Oh. This was a Kickstarter? Oops. Actually, really quick. I mean, we might as well check out the Kickstarter first before we get started. I haven't actually looked at this. I just saw that it was available and on theme on Tabletop Sim, so it's kind of a, yeah, let's go for it. Let's try it. And I do like it better than Ocean Solo, which is why going back for round 2. Let's see. But the publisher, like, how do you buy this game now that it's out? That's not like buying it off of Amazon. Where's Starling Games? Oh, it's a brand of Tabletop Tycoon. Okay. Flourish. I should have had this set up before. We're gonna save that. And I think this is gonna work. And this won't. Okay. One more thing. I should just leave this in. Actually, because of the categories. But this should work now. Yep. So, Flourish, Kickstarter. Let me grab up the... Is this the right one? I get rid of that. I always fall for the same tricks. Okay. So there's a Kickstarter. Can I make this a little smaller? Yeah, there's a Kickstarter. There was a Kickstarter for the game. What happened? So, creators of Everdell, English, German, French, So they did a donate, or if you buy a game, they'll donate a game. Okay. I'm wondering, where are the Kickstarter exclusives? Where are the Kickstarter oh, there's an unboxing. Oh, hold on. Can we get like zoomed in GIF here? How everything packs together. Were those mushrooms? Hold on. Like, okay, I guess I need to see it a little closer. Like, what they look like little cauldrons to me, to be honest. Okay. Can we get a better... Okay, so we have the buildings. I mean, not buildings, the walls. Then we have... Are those just little indicators to let you know what type of thing it is? And the metals, which are kind of useless. Signature edition's $39, and this is the basic game that we have, essentially, that we've been playing with. Garden show variant stuff. The victory tokens are cute, but at the same time, it's kind of a case of what the game is over. There's no need for them. And like victory card? Unless you're expecting to play in a lot of rounds and there's like a special benefit for having last year's prettiest garden. Hello, Corrigan. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Passion. Hello, Usher. I'm looking through the Kickstarter right now for Flourish. I didn't remember that it was a Kickstarter game, so it's kind of a what did we miss out on? Not 2020. Okay. That would explain a bit. I love 30,000 confused bees. Welcome back. Yeah. I mean, Kickstarter games. I was actually just reading a bunch of experiences about Kickstarter games. And I've heard personally, like in my circle, mixed stuff. Like some of them didn't really get the product out, or they only got a partial product out. It was supposed to be like bigger than what the Kickstarter had. Having to pay more in order to get because they underestimated shipping or something like that is common. More than 12 tabs. Okay, this is one tab in one browser. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. 27 tabs. That's not so bad. It's not so bad. A bunch of them are YouTube. Yeah, it's not so bad. Look, they're spread out in like 3 different things. I have one open for this right now that everyone can see. There's another one for board game rules. And I was doing some modifications on... I was doing some back-end adjustments for things. So Twitch unveiled their own alerts. So I'm swapped entirely from using Streamlabs. Let me check. Streamlabs alerts to Twitch alerts. So I'm testing that out. And I also had to, because of that, rewriting the CSS, HTML. The HTML, like, whatever. It's nothing. The CSS is kind of a, oh, fuck. I have to remember how Flexbox works. How does animation work again? Just, like, refresher courses on that, you know? So I got a couple tabs open for that. It looks the same. It functionally looks the same. There are some very slight differences in terms of handling that I prefer in the Twitch alerts so far. But that's mostly just because I've been able to go much more ham on CSS. Especially Flexbox properties and some other tricks that I didn't know existed. Like there was an... let me check what it was. Hold on. I was really happy to find this out because it's kind of, oh, sweet. If someone who follows me has a really long name, it's only going to run off the side of the... It's not going to run off the side of the screen. It's actually going to wrap around because of the properties. Granted, if it's like really, really long, that might be a problem, but I'm just gonna have to wait for that to occur. I haven't tested for that scenario yet. I was only caring about, like, is it 2 lines as opposed to 1 line? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? What was the property? It was, actually, wait, I shouldn't be looking in here. I should be looking at one of my other tabs. I should be looking at, tabs. 20, it's on 27. Okay, well, it's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's only 7 YouTube tabs open right now, and some of them are BPMs that I don't want to lose and forget, because I'm not going to remember that this song's 124 and this one's 64. Another one's a warm-up. Some of it is music you guys suggested, so like Jam into City. What was it? City Escape. And I listened to The Heartbeat of the Devil too. Bookmarks. Who uses bookmarks? Actually, what are my... I have my bookmarks hidden, so I never really see them. And oh god, they're really old. I haven't used these in a long time. Yeah... I think part of it is that if I have the bookmarks open, then other people might be able to see them sometimes. So I like having them not visible. Just, my bookmarks are complete mystery. Let's see. There's an interval thing. I was listening to the Hollow Stars boys and some of their newer releases, like the Copium song just came out, and from there that was a journey. No, what are my bookmarks? I was looking at them and all I saw that they were old. Thank you for the water. Documentation. How exciting are manuals? Are you excited for manual? Do you guys want to read the PHP manual? Do you want the MySQL 5.5 manual? Do you want to go through the HTML5 recommendation documents? God, I haven't looked at the PHP manual in a long time, but at the same time, it's kind of a case of oh, that would be for laughs. That would be for laughs. Are they like... No. Oh, God, I have mustache on here. Stuff for when I'm running D&D campaigns and say, like, oh, shit, I need to come up with an NPC name. There's a bookmark for... that, like NPC generators and coin calculators and random potion description charts and like place names. What is this? The great list? Oh, food and drink list for like making shit up on the fly. Yeah. More documentation stuff. Wildflower. I can't call it a manual, but like basically, how would you describe this? Like identifying wildflowers and mushrooms and stuff like that too. That kind of thing. Yeah, honestly. Fantasy name yeah, it goes super. Fantasy name yeah, that's only one of the links in here that is unironically the elf name generator I have on here. Otherwise there's also the Shakespearean insulter. I'm kind of surprised I don't have a link to like Donjon in here. Why would you cast the identify spell on a mushroom? Because what if it's a really fucked up mushroom? What if it's a druggy mushroom? Let's see. Oh, the page doesn't exist anymore. I wonder if they realized that it was a bad idea to like host it or something. Oh, it was also a case of like availability of things, seasonality of things. So like the things that the NPCs were getting in some areas were based on real life places. So it's a lot easier to just be like, okay, I'm in like fantasy France. What are they eating in August in fantasy France? Just look at what just look at what's in season in France in August anyway. The No, the players are French. They don't need to know. What was the CSS I was really happy with? I mean, there's just the entirety of Flexbox. It's just thank fuck for Flexbox. Where was it? Where was it? Inline size and overflow wrap. Inline size specifically was something that I wasn't familiar with, which is kind of neat. Powerful, powerful. Fantasy France. France is just a placeholder for what the country was. It sounds a lot better than saying, well, actually, kind of a, I guess France is a small-ish area. Rediscovers her old bookmarks. Hold on one second. Let me just grab. God, the HTML5 document. Do they have? Oh, this is last updated. Holy shit! It was updated today. It's the living standard. Introduction. Oh, but this really needs imagery, but at the same time. Okay. I have to pop this up for you guys more, so this is like deeper into the link for it. You are adding to the tab Apocalypse right now. So this is the living standard for HTML right now. Shh. It'll be all right. It'll be all right. It's kind of I wonder if there has to be something that could do that. Is there a way for it to grab how many tabs someone has and count? Is that information available? Hold on. Okay. Yeah, the amount of this section is non-normative. 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 Common infrastructure. Terminology, parallelism. Oh, this would be hell to kind of read. The following terms are defined in infra. Good question. Good question. Initially, I assumed that it wasn't following the standards that are in place in a lot of other areas in here. But now it's kind of a case of, is it that it needs more formatting or something? Like they haven't adjusted to fit everything else? Because this is closer to the actual formatting that you're going to see elsewhere. Like this is pretty common for it all. No big words. I don't think that there's like horrifically big words in here, honestly. I mean, It's just, it's a markup language. It's a markup language. The really annoying thing is understanding the properties that attach to those tags. Which is one of my issues, not issues, but just kind of, it was an annoyance that came along with the alerts. The way that the alerts in Twitch were written, it was kind of a, oh, this is a P tag? Oh, that explains so fucking much as to why it doesn't work the same as the rest. Just give me fucking divs. I know it's actually kind of bad for it to be divs, but at the same time, it's a browser overlay thing. No one's actually going to see what the components are. It doesn't really matter if it's a P tag or if it's a div tag. It doesn't need to be accessible. I don't think there's a way for anyone to get the information as to what's in like the overlay tags, because you're not sharing the browser sources for those. Let's see. But yeah, each element has a predefined meaning, blah, 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 blah. Like in a good site, these things should be followed. This is not programming. This is markup language. It's not programming. It's not. Working with HTML and CS is not really programming. You don't know how to you don't need to know how to program to work with them. I sure, just thinking about like actual programming languages. Once you start, I guess you can add CSS. They kind of flirt with it a little bit, but at the same time, it's its own weird thing. I am sorry, 30,000 confused bees. You're going to be losing a lot of years of your life. A hello world comment in what language? If you do want to... Okay, is CodePen? CodePen... Is it CodePen? CodePen. Trying to... we're gonna do something real quick. Yeah, sweet, okay. Oh, entering. That's something? Is it really? I feel like a lot of people's first, like, it feels weird to call it, like, programming language, but nowadays, I feel like JavaScript might be it, or, like, something like that, just because you want to make a website, kind of do some cool stuff. JavaScript. Honestly, it's been so fucking long since I've done JavaScript. It's kind of a how. All I can think of is in jQuery. And that's even like worse, not worse, but like even more simple. But yeah, so I guess like technically kind of a thing of, I guess the question is really what to do. Oh, because it's black on black. Okay. We'll actually do... I did this all backwards. I did this all fucking backwards. We're actually gonna do it in 2. Yeah, we don't care about saving. Who's gonna care? Famous last words. This is like the opposite of everything you should be doing. Don't pay attention to me. HackerTyper.net? Is that kind of matrixy stuff? I'm very much cheating by doing this and actually kind of an I should be doing this completely differently than the way I'm currently doing it. Ugh. Also, I hate this. I hate spaces. I'm on Team Tab. Actually, we should do color. Can I do light gray? I know some colors work. Excellent. Okay. Why am I writing this? You know what? All this can really be done in here. We'll do it this way, actually, just because I want there to be a difference in the type size. Actually, we could do just... I'm doing this also backwards because it's kind of a, I should be doing some of this stuff. If we do it this way, and we do... glasses. We're actually gonna do this. Can we do 100? Okay. We're also going to change the font family to Roboto. Will that work? Close enough. Fine, it's sans serif. We don't need to define it any further. It either is or it isn't. We're actually gonna make this 100 and that 200. We're going to... This was the part where it's like, okay, display flex. Fuck, how do the rest of it? What are the other things for CSS for it? Because there's a couple different alignment things. And let me just real quick. This isn't coding class. Fuck. This isn't coding class. Complete guide. Okay. So yeah, it was a case of align content and justify content, stuff like that. That threw me off. "45 changes." It's not... It wasn't that... It's not that strange to know how to do this, I feel. Old websites, you had to code it yourself, usually, to get anything really done. It's just that a lot has changed since then. Why not copy from Stack Overflow? Two reasons. Two reasons to not copy from Stack Overflow. One, you should understand what the fuck you're doing before you use the code. Well, after that, yeah, sure, copy it. Fine. After you understand what it's doing. And read all the other answers. Not just the top one. Don't just copy it without understanding. GeoCities. I'm gonna pretend I never had a GeoCities. Let's see. We want center and center, I guess. Center and stretch, maybe. Yeah, center. Text align center, although it really shouldn't matter. There's probably an easier way for me to actually get the text to fit to the size of the content box. But I'm doing it the hard way. Although at the same time, not actually the hard way, I suppose. Font weight. Mold. D's get degrees. D's do get degrees. D's do get degrees. And then after you have that degree, after you have that first job or whatever, right? Or first job or two, does the degree even really matter anymore? Not unless it's a really big fancy degree. Or another kind of certificate, like being a doctor or something, I guess. For programming students, and they just copy and paste. Yeah, you can do that, but it really is better to understand what you're doing instead of blindly copy pasting other people's work. Understanding the theory behind it. And that's really what a lot of homework is about, right? Like making sure you understand the theory. So yeah. Really? Actually, wait, hold on. Just kind of the line height is really bad for that because of the font size. I'm gonna I'm trying to remember. It's not actually called like leading in here. Line height. I don't know what the normal one would be for something like this. We're gonna put it to 260. 50, 40, 30, 200. Maybe I should have done it a little differently. We're gonna do line height 60 here instead, actually. This is actually kind of fucked in the back end. I guess I should probably be adjusting on both ends properly. Although then you can get kind of neat thing. Hold on. What if we did... Does gray work? It does work. It could be better. It could be better. It could be better. We're gonna bump up anyway. There's no reason for it to be quite so tight. There we go. Yeah, kind of right. Kind of right. All that work. It actually could have been a lot less work. It could have been a lot less work. Yeah, I could probably actually condense this all down into like one line for the flashy. Yeah, I could actually do it for both. Well, yeah, I think I could combine both of those into just one declaration, but I'm not going to because it doesn't really matter. All that work for that. But yeah, so doing essentially that for Twitch alerts. But a little faster, but also slower, I guess, because again, like working with things I'm not used to working with. I really wish this had a dark background. Make the text red because everything red goes faster. I wonder if this is gonna work. No, it doesn't know that color. There's no maroon. It does know maroon. Sorry, I feel like bright red sounds awful, or looks awful. It's like really terrible. Really, really terrible. And I've never actually used maroon because normally a lot of the time when I do my development, when I'm doing initial placement, especially now because of Flexbox and not being super used to doing it, ends up doing I end up doing this so I understand where everything is and how it's flexing. Teal's one I know. So yeah, like to understand how it's functioning, you block it out like this. Yeah. I mean, it's placeholder. It's placeholder. 100% placeholder. And then you fix it later. Just remove the stuff. And you're no longer offending anyone. You're no longer blinding people. Oh, it should be beautiful. It should be beautiful. It should be beautiful. But yeah, I'm rusty with that nowadays. I'm rusty with that. Offending everyone. Blinded was part of the... No, it's not very user-friendly to get blinded, is it? Which just makes me think, I wish this had an easily accessible dark mode. Blinded. Blinded by the sight. Although I feel like actually... okay. Kind of a... I don't have the ability to do this, do I? Bright yellow text on white backgrounds? Shining brighter than the sun. 30,000 confused bees. Hello, Flexashiro. Hope you're doing well. Hopefully you didn't get blinded by my orange teal monstrosity. Sorry, this quote for the Flourish board game. Oh, hello, Evelyn. Yeah, I was actually... I started with looking at the Kickstarter, and then I went and showed some CSS, HTML bullshit, and then went back to the Kickstarter. I have the game set up in the background. I swear. It's there, but it's just kind of it's a Kickstarter game. Well, you know, Kickstarter games. What kind of things came with it? Let's take a quick look. I'm like one of the only ones that I know of. I know some people who do it occasionally. I played with some people. I had a collab earlier this year, a board game collab, with a few other people on someone else's channel. But I think I'm like, maybe I just don't check. Maybe I'm asleep when they stream, actually. I never really thought of that. Is there... Wait. I'm not super familiar with Twitch. Can you, like, set up an alert so that if someone goes live in a category, you'll see it? Like, if anyone goes live in the category? I feel like that'd be really annoying for some categories, but board games is, like, so... chill that I feel like it wouldn't be that bad. I've had one collab on my stream. Actually, yeah, I've only had one collab that actually happened on my stream. I think. Yeah. And we did play a board game. I would like to do another collab to play a multiplayer board game, but the one that I'm thinking of takes a little bit of preparation in terms of making sure everyone understands the game thoroughly. I played Root. We played the tabletop simulator Root. But the collab I was thinking of would be Tragedy Looper, and that's not something you sit down and learn on the fly. It feels weird to call Root a classic because it's not really that old, is it? Yeah, that's right. They do have the tabletop game for Root. Isn't it like is it 5e? Is it 5e based, or do they make their own? There's also Humblewood which has a similar, like, cute forest critters kind of outlook to it that came before the Root tabletop game, I think. Well, I'm pretty certain because I remember seeing it on con floors before, when Root was actually just coming out, actually, now I think about it. But I think Humblewood was 5e, and it just kind of was Root. Well, maybe Humblewood came out with their own system by now. Not certain. So 39 for the standard. The metal tokens and stuff. Signature edition components. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Can we zoom in here? I want to see. No, I can scroll up. Sorry, just some of the art in here where it's kind of a... Not art. Well, yes, art, but at the same time, like, what? Pets? Cats and dogs and horses and bats and praying mantis. Chickens! You could have chickens in your garden. Or a peacock? Fuck. It's the FOMO strings being pulled. The FOMO strings being pulled. Like, why isn't this in the tabletop simulator game? Friends expansion? Okay, I thought... Pets expansion? These are the signature edition components. Also, I don't know if you can call a ladybug a pet. I guess you could. I guess you could call, like, almost all these, except for the songbirds, I guess, could be. And the hummingbirds can't really be pets, can they? Yeah, it's... I was going to say, it came... This is from 2020. The game has to be physically out, and it's kind of a... Shit. You're right. I really was just reading horror stories earlier today about people's Kickstarters and, like, whether or not they came in. And thinking about, like, all right, I had a friend who did... I know a couple people, actually. I know at least two of them. Who did the Robotech, like, figure battle... Like it's a one-on-one battle simulation board game thing, and they were not like super. They were excited for the property, and I think they both got their stuff out of it, or at least some of the stuff out of it, because they could theoretically play each other. I don't know if they have or not yet. But it was kind of a like, yep, waiting, and I still don't think they got everything that they were promised out of it, but Kickstarter life. Sentinels only update when the stuff got shipped. I've also heard about that too. And I feel like that happens. There's some things where it's kind of I have no idea when it's coming. It's just gonna show up in a box one day. Like Tragedy Looper, it's like, what the hell is in the mail? Oh shit. Well, not Tragedy Looper wasn't a Kickstarter, but just more of a... Sometimes you forget. Sometimes you forget. And the packages just show up. I did have a board game night last month, and it was actually last month. We played Everdell. Although, I promise next time it's going to be a game that's shorter. for a group one. For, like, playing in Discord. Everdell took a long time. That was partially my fault. I didn't know the rules inside and out. You could have a pet worm. Yeah. Surprised to yourself. Mm-hmm. And then I go back and check on my Kickstarter. There are some Kickstarters that I kind of forgot even existed. There was one, it was kind of an... with the whole issue lately with that one animation studio that had apparently been taking money from VTubers to work on projects and did not deliver. I was thinking, actually, it's not the first time I heard this story. A number of years ago, many years ago, if you've heard of Christina V, she had a similar issue with an animation studio. She had a Kickstarter to create a music video for a song of hers. And I had kind of forgotten that it happened. And she did offer refunds from, oh God, I don't know who. Like, I guess it was a bit of a similar situation in that there was a middleman or something for the animation studio. And I think the middleman was offering refunds, but I'm not certain. I only donated a small amount, so it was kind of I got the song out of it. That's worth like the $5 or $10. She at least I got a free song. Skits about board games? I have not seen their skits about board games. I don't know what Proceeds is. I feel like I should. I normally have I have other board game nights that I attend. Not in Discords, in real life sometimes. Like every week. And sometimes other days too. But right now we're supposed to be doing Blades in the Dark, but there's a schedule conflict coming up. Deep Rock Galactic. I don't know anything about that except for Rock and Stone, brother. Don't fall for the mini trap. Do not fall for the mini trap. You do not need more plastic. You do not need more plastic. I've never played Deep Rock Galactic. I want to say... After seeing the Darkest Dungeon board game thing, it was kind of an, this is like Gloomhaven, and as it is, it's complicated. Can you just make this not a digital board game to make the ruling easier? So it's kind of a little worrisome for some things that were video games and are now board games. Wow. There are some board games that would be better off as... There are some, I guess, like traditional games that would be better off as digital games instead of as board games. I keep getting asked, like, hey, campaign for North Africa. It's kind of a no, I know what you're doing there. And that's one of those things, again, where if it were a computer game, that'd be fine. More fine, I should say. More fine. I wonder if anyone's actually tried to do that. Like, it's gotta be faster, right? If it were digitized. Laying down a board on the table? I can't disagree. I have a lot of those. I have a lot of those, after all. And I have a lot of, RPG books, too. It's... sometimes it just seems complicated to add complications. It reminds me a bit, actually. The whole thing about... Like, okay, so it's $10, it's $30 for the physical book. Why is it $30 for the PDF? And it's kind of a, the cost of printing the book is like a drop in the bucket compared to the price of making the content, right? That's why the PDF is still $30. I feel like the same might be a little bit for components in board games and stuff too. Like, development of all the pieces is the real expensive thing. And also sometimes you need like pretty filler to make it more sellable. People like their shiny stuff. People like their Kickstarter exclusives. Cardboard punch outs. Slay the Spire board game. I've heard that I haven't played it. I've heard that it would probably be something I'd be interested in, but I want to play it off stream before I even think about playing it on stream. And I also hear that there's like chat fucking with you options. So I guess that really is it. There's not anything else. Oh, gold foil. Special punch board. UV coating. Because you want to pass this game on to your grandchildren. Deck builder, that's sort of the deck builder genre. Is it? You mean digitally? Because I'm pretty certain. Yeah. I was going to say, like, I'm pretty certain I played Dominion way before that. I don't even know if Dominion was the first one, but just... Actually, all I can think of is like, didn't the Tanto Cuore digital copy of the game come out even before that? And like Tanto Cuore is definitely not the first deck builder. When did this come out? Okay, no, it's only 21? Okay. Was it really only 2 years ago? Imagine starting with Dominion. I actually did start with Tanto Cuore. So when I was learning Dominion, it was pretty much like retranslating it back. Look, the maid's got me. The maid's got me. Like, why would I be playing the Dominion cards when they are a little bit harder to read in terms of UI? And also, you know, anime maids. Anime maids. Beach expansion? You mean vacation? Because there's also the Doki Doki Beach Club. Or not Beach Club. Doki... Okay, hold on. Let me... There's a standalone 2-player... I believe it's a trick-taking beach volleyball game. Yeah, Doki Doki Beach. Doki Doki Beach Volleyball. Which I believe has a character in there where it was sort of... People pointing out, the name of her, she's Fee Primrose. No relation. Primrose is her last name. Evening Primrose is my first name. I've definitely messed up on the words for some like types of games. Valencia Pretre? Trick-taking? No! I was going to say, I don't know too many lewd board games, and it's kind of a... I'm literally looking here at Tanto Cuore Doki Doki Beach Volleyball, and I also have Dynamite Nurse on my shelves that I still actually haven't played. Ugh. It's not a huge genre. For Valencia? No, I believe it's draw a card. I think it's just draw a card. Like action phase, draw a card. I remember. No, I can read it from here. Look, I have glasses on. I can read. I'm also kind of just like filling in the... Oh, in the main game? I don't remember. No. I have no clue. Okay, hold on. Tanto Cuore. You said Valencia. Twitch don't bot me. Twitch don't bonk me. So we have Fee. Did we already pass her? Beatrice. Victoria. Florence. Lynette. Lydia. Romina. Did I? Laura. 3 cost? Left side? It's Germaine and Daphne. Wait, okay. I thought that they were actually being shown in order. Yeah, I thought they were being shown in order, so... Okay. Valencia Pretre. Chambermaid. Chambermaid serving -1, or 2 Chambermaid. During your starting phase, you may put your Chambermaid of Valencia into your discard pile. If you do, draw 2 cards. I guess if you're like really desperate. I guess it's the kind of thing like she only costs 1 to chambermaid, but at the same time, I guess it's kind of a case. I guess if you build your engine around here, yeah. I don't know if I've actually played a game with her out. I don't think I have. Just thinking, okay, so if you build your deck around her, yeah, okay, cost 3. Thinking, yeah, okay, cost 3. Now I see. And the fact that she gives you +2 hearts too. Like, considering before you chambermaid her. So you're saying she's a little broken. She's a little broken. So these are all the ones, okay, in that expansion. That's kind of a huh. She looks a little familiar. I feel like I've seen the person who's done the art for this one. Oh, actually, aha. No, I don't. No, I don't. I was gonna say the artist looks... The art style looks familiar. Oops. That's why I should have been more careful. Twitch, please don't bunk. I was looking at the art style. I feel like it was someone who worked on some... I don't remember the name of the... You can check the artist on your own card. It was FS. And I feel... There was that one world... Queensblade. It reminds me of some of the Queensblade art. Did FS do any Queensblade art? Is it even something that I can look up? Oh, yeah, okay. They did do a lot of Queensblade. That would explain it. Yeah. Adventure Maid, yeah, that would make sense then. It was sure a thing. It was sure a thing. They made a doll for one of the girls. If not more than one, I think. I think Irie got her own. I think they made an Irie doll. I feel like they made another one too. It's not the most anime. It's just... It sure was a thing. It sure was a thing. It had pretty good animation. Pretty good animation. And the story wasn't the worst thing ever. The story was not the worst thing ever. Thank you, Rising Shogun, for the follow. I hope it's not because of the Queensblade. I mean, you had... Again, you had Irie and the... I'm trying to remember... So there was the brown-haired elf girl, right? And some other characters. And then the queen herself. But yeah, with Catalia and the main sister trio and stuff like that, yeah, I guess it kind of goes that way. Season 2 story. I remember the first season that was all about basically focusing on... Her name was Leona, right? The sister who wanted to not take over her dad's work and wanted to go out to battle and, like, save people with Queensblade. And the second one was... I don't remember how far I got into the second season. But I think that they actually started with, like, tourney stuff, right? A little bit in the second season. I mean, first season also, there was also the plot of the totally not a shrine maiden and her ninja friend, I think it was, right? And a couple other plots too. Oh, there was a lot. Has a text box in it? I don't know why that is. Why would it have a text box in the slider? Maybe they're making changes. Maybe someone published something that they shouldn't have. Awful ending. I don't remember the ending. I really don't remember the ending. You don't remember this? I think her name is Melona, the pink rabbit slime girl. But Irie is pretty cute. Irie is pretty cute. The anime, Queen's Blade. It was a. Was it? Oh, I guess late aughts, early tens. I don't exactly know when in that time frame. There's Queen's Blade and Queen's Blade Rebellion, right, for the second season. So that's all the shipping that they did. So really, Saskatchewan. So really the only thing that actually, yeah, no, I was going to check to see if they actually fulfilled. Did they finish fulfillment? Fulfillment complete. Holy shit. This is actually kind of, they funded September to October 2020, and they supposedly finished fulfillment in March of 2021. That was like they already had everything pretty much fucking done for once. Oh. Huh. Okay, so some people had issues with the fulfillment, but only 2 complaints about it on here is very much not that bad. Compared to a lot of other things, to be honest. It's really good. So for BBEG, do you mean the spiky, small queen, shall we put it? I remember her. She had very spiky armor. Except where she didn't have anything. Oh, and then there's also the dwarf, right? The dwarf girl with the giant hammer. Steam. Oh, the Steam Game of Tonto. Actually, I shouldn't be looking at that just in case I don't remember what all the cards look like. But yeah, so kind of surprised that it's not the worst Kickstarter type thing. They just had a little bit of the like exclusive stuff going on, and that's what sells. That is what sells. The elf with the snake. Yeah, Echidna, right? Echidna? Because there were, multiple ones, and she had a snake that acted as her underwear, pretty much, for like half the show, right? I believe she was also kind of the, like, she was a... Is heel the right phrase? Like, she was... Or is it more puck? She may be more of a puck. I'm sorry, spoilers for a show that's been out for over a decade. Also, isn't it like a card game or something? Or like a RPG setting book or something? I know that it started as not the show, it was like a book series-ish, but not like a novel, just kind of, here's art of hot chicks in the story that can be told around them. Or like, this is what they're aiming to do. Yeah, but she wasn't like the worst antagonist, because I remember her teaming up with the others for something or other because someone else offended her. Or like, I don't know, something. Red hair and white armor and a thunder sword. Oh, yeah, the nun, the church. She was really, yeah, nervous. Oh, wait, it's kind of, oh, this is the wrong route. Okay, it's fine. It's not showing on stream. Hold on. Queen's Blade. I cannot show this on stream because it is... Yeah, okay. Yeah, she had... Wait. I'm looking at a different one then, because I'm looking at, I guess there were a pair of sisters for, like, the queen. Or rather, one sister was the queen, and then the other one was just kind of, like, trying to beat her for the title. But the queen was white-haired and had red and silver armor. So, when it comes to red hair, the only red-haired one I remember is the sister, the eldest sister, who was illegitimate, so she could not take blonde main character's space, and of course the sister's incestuous, blah 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 blah. Was that it? Claudette? Okay, yeah. So yeah, you could describe her as, I guess, the main villain. Because half the show she's hunting down her sister because she wants to, There's a lot of stuff between the sisters. Not dissimilar to D&Z. Tabletop. I think that it was hard to come by translations at the times. So, didn't really get a whole lot out of it. But yeah, there was... These screenshots, but then again, it doesn't get any better. It does not get any better than what I'm seeing. It's kind of, there's other things I should watch before I even think about rewatching Queen's Blade. And also, it's kind of a case of, like, I could, I guess, even if I had access to, like, Queen's Blade tabletop rules, is kind of a... I'm never gonna play it. Although, at the same time, it's kind of a case of, well, I've read a bunch of other shit, but I'm never gonna play. So does it really matter? Does it really matter? But also, I guess, more of a... I like buying them. Buying the rules. And I don't know if it got an English translation, like an official one. Although then again, like, other things have gotten published that are kind of like... I won't say crazy, but... There's some surprising things that have had official English translations and, like, actual publishings. Maybe the term is Edo RPG? Edo TRPG? That's gotta be a category, right? Let's see. I have more tabs open than when I started, but I'm going to get rid of a few. I'll get rid of this one for 30,000 Bees is life. You are enlightened by 2. Hello, Boniface. You are enlightened. Also, I'm not going to close that one. I'm not going to close that one. Do I need this open? I need this open. I need this tab open. I don't need this one. I don't need this song anymore. Yeah, I just closed a YouTube tab for a song I haven't listened to in an entire day. Actually, I can't even say that. It's probably been less than 24 hours. I listened to it. I haven't listened to it since I woke up, so, like, does it count? I probably listened to it last early morning? Yeah, early morning when I was working on things. Tab count. Look, it's in my list of things to build. It's in my list of things to build. Have to figure out. I was so sad to find out, like, oh, can I have multiple variables in this one section to make this easier for me? And the answer is no. Not allowed. Not allowed. Give me multiple variable options. I want a array of variables. Iterate over my variables, damn it. Books that you bought and pick which character to play throughout the adventure? I might have to go take a look. Actually, hold on. Let me write that in my little notes. Tap, 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 tap. Give me more variables. I was really pleasantly surprised to find out that there is actually a variable in Mix It Up for generating random numbers that you can use for doing things. So I was checking out the emote thing. Like if I wanted to basically have a command to summon a random emote into the corner, it's kind of cheating to have it be like show source emote space like random number variable here. But you know, it fucking works. Without having to create my own little JavaScript Java. Actually, I might still have a script left over from another project for that. But I feel like it could be done in a better system than what that was previously written in. Maybe. But yeah, like cheating on it, and it's kind of, oh, okay, I need to be able to hide it after it's recalled. So like the first steal. Yeah, but I can just steal from myself, theoretically. I just have to find my files. But yeah, it was a case of, okay, so show random source from this list. And then what happens when that is called again? That command. And the answer is it's going to show another one, but what about the previous emote? That one's still showing. So it's kind of a case of hide them first and then show. Because I don't think that there's a way for it to there's no way for it to understand what is already showing. That kind of thing. Self-plagiarism. Look, if you're not reusing your stuff, what are you doing? You're borrowing it from Stack Overflow. Yeah. I mean, reduce, reuse, recycle. Reuse as much as you can. Reuse as much as you can. Oh, that's right. We didn't need, like, any of these metals. Although, is it like... Oh, it was kind of... They could have had a nice ribbon for this, but they kept it accurate. It's not like a pretty ribbon that's gonna have physics. It just is. Ah, right. Sorry. I'm zooming in and out because I have the rules as well on another screen here, which is also, you can see me looking over here. So it's kind of a case of, let's see, it was pretty easy once we got down into it. I still have the scoring on the side, too. It was one player rules. We have McGregor's. So this is mine. This is McGregor's. We take 6 for ourselves. Ah, shit. Can we just undo? Hold on. Rewind. One step. Just one step. That's good. Because I remember last time someone asked, hey, did it shuffle? And it was kind of oh, I don't know. I hope it came shuffled. Now it's kind of a shit. I should make sure. After last time when there was kind of a question of why didn't I run into any of this one particular type of card, I should shuffle. I should shuffle. 6 cards for myself. 12 cards in a face down deck. So I think that there was... Actually, I can do this. Can I cut? Cut 12. Excellent. R shuffles? That's fair too. I like shaking. But it's quicker to just do R. Yep, just needs to be hovering over. Don't need to be. Okay, so I believe this goes over here. Also, I took the wall down. The wall has fallen. I still want the wall as an indicator a little bit, but right click. Clicks are okay. It's just that the shortcut is easier rather than click. Just hover. But you have to already hover to get the menu. Chats. Keyboard control is really nice when it's available. It should be available in a lot more places than it really is. It makes it so much quicker when you don't have to click. Tabbing through things is really nice too. Choosing the option with the most... Look. The cutscenes, I don't normally do that. I don't normally have to deal with that. But because it's a solo game, and I actually have to, like, deal out. Because otherwise it would just be deal. But McGregor isn't an actual person. Although, actually, okay, so... McGregor. What does McGregor look like? What does a McGregor look like? The first one that comes up is Conor McGregor. Okay. Gardner McGregor. What does Gardner McGregor look like? Oh my... Hold on. We're gonna pick a McGregor. I'm gonna Photoshop him real quick and stick him in the corner. This is gonna be our McGregor. So we have Edgar McGregor. Okay. We can have that, or we can have, like, old man McGregor. Look at this fucker. Hello, boom boom. Sorry, I'm thinking of putting McGregor in the corner. Oh man, McGregor. And then there's like this McGregor. But now I understand. I kind of forgot that Mr. McGregor was a farmer in the Peter Rabbit series. Wait, Edgar McGregor isn't... Ho. Edgar McGregor. Oh, there's no photos of the horse, though. There's no photos of the horse. It wouldn't surprise me, though. Don't they all have to have unique... I feel like show animals are supposed to have unique names, which is why you end up with really weird stuff. His sire's euphemism. As damn as last of the roses. 16.3 is kind of tall for a horse, isn't it? But I feel like, he might not be around anymore because he was in 2005 and 2006 and nothing else. No photo of Edgar McGregor. Did they say how old he was? Whoa, okay. He was born in 1990. Is that... If he was 15 years old and competing? Isn't that rather old for a horse? I wonder if this was more so for fun. Hoof-hearted? What kind of pun is hoof-hearted? Hoof-hearted. I don't get it. I don't get it. Enlighten me. Prim-hearted. I understand, like, cold-hearted. Oh, okay. Oh! Hoof-hearted. Fuck! Fuck! Okay. We're classy. We don't fall for fart jokes. Absolutely not falling for that sort of shenaniganry. I mean, you've heard of, what is it? Potato or potatoes? It's potatoes, right? Where it's spelled, oh. I thought it was just spelled that way. Shorter stream? No, I feel like I've had a stream that's... Actually, I don't know if I've done a stream less than 2 hours long. I don't know if I have. Although, actually, maybe the cat one. Maybe I did a stream with... Or not with, but on Cat Lady, I think, the game. That may have been a bit short, because the game itself was a bit short. The game itself was a bit short. But yeah, potatoes. So we have 12 cards from McGregor. 12 cards face down there. Right side of a scoreboard. We play 1 card in our guard and pass 2 cards to McGregor. Play a top... Actually, it's kind of a... All of this can actually be fit on 1 sheet. I already have Photoshop open. That's like the entire... One of the more common phrases. I already have Photoshop open, so I might as well do it in Photoshop. I might as well start bopping around and changing things. So we're going to grab this, and we're going to make it ugly by copying it over. Copying that. We'll hide that. We'll rearrange them a bit. Yeah, I already have Photoshop open because what do I have open? Okay, one, I had to make the image for Twitter. And also I was doing color correction on the hands for the controller. And there was something else. I have a small string of, okay, there's a texture. Oh, okay, so I guess it was mostly texture work, honestly. Which, I guess I could do it in something else other than Photoshop. Like, I could try and do it in VTube Studio directly, but I understand Photoshop well enough to do it there, so. I feel it's easier to break out the dropper to match. Okay. We're going to adjust this. Actually, can I just... Yeah, okay. Shh, Next you're gonna tell me to delete my Windows 32 folder or something like that, right? I didn't want to delete that. I didn't want to move it. You can't get me on the Photoshop tricks. Huh. Sorry, just seeing, oh wait, there's something kind of unusual in here that I'm not used to seeing, but also it's kind of pointless for me. Send for review. Review? To who? Review to who? Download more RAM. I don't think I've ever fallen for something like that. I'm not, like, completely unskilled in... Okay, aside from the gimping of my own computer for over a year, I'm not, like, the complete worst. I do remember once upon a time, I had a relative who was having... They ended up in one of those... They downloaded a virus that got, like, the scam virus thing, and they didn't have any backups because why would you? But trying to help them clear the virus and ended up finding the most stupid solution, but it worked. Because it was one of those that, like, hijacked it immediately after it was loading the OS. I think it was doing that. And locking down, like, pretty much everything it could. And I remember looking up information about the particular thing that it was infected by, and the answer seemed to be, like, you're kind of fucked. I'm photoshopping. Give me a second to magic... Actually, should I magic wand? Can I do, like, a... Yeah, magic wand's probably fine enough. Quick mask. Quick mask. Oh, actually, can it do, like, content selection? Is there, like, a fancy-ass... Like, I understand what this picture is about, and I'm just gonna grab all the shit you don't want? Because I feel like that's sometimes an option that they have nowadays. Object selection. What the object is in this picture. It did! It did! It deleted it. Okay. Inverse. I never remember which way it goes. Okay, it's a little funny looking, and there's like a tiny bit, but we can adjust that real quick. No, I didn't want to crop. Alt F4 on tabletop. Look, no! No. No. I don't know what the F4 does, but I'm a little worried about that. I'm worried about the Alt F4. I'm proud of myself for being able to alt between things. Otherwise, some things would be nigh impossible, honestly. Okay. How does this look? Excellent. Okay, we have our farmer. Gardener McGregor. McGregor. Let's add McGregor and the other rules real quick. Force closes the active program. I mean, I want to say at least when that happens, I know that there are some people who've had troubles because they do like screen grabs and not program grabs when they stream, and I never window. Window is fine, but not like screen. Not screen. So at least if I do something like that, you're not gonna catch anything weird. You're not gonna see my 27 tabs open in the background. Where did I put him? Did I put him in here? No. Where did he go? Well, we can at least put this in. I'm going to actually just put this up here for now, because this means we don't actually really need the rules otherwise. And I'm going to resave this because I have no idea where I actually saved it. It's a little embarrassing. I just saved it, and where did I put it? Oh, no wonder. Okay. That was really dumb. I just need to move that. I saved it in the last place I saved the file, which is in my texture folder for the controller thing, which is absolutely nowhere near other stuff. No wonder I couldn't find it. Eh. Here we go. There's McGregor. Rrr. Oh, I spelled them differently. We're gonna move McGregor behind a bunch of stuff. Okay, maybe not that far behind. Looks, he is angry. He's an angry old farmer man. Get out of my garden, kids. Get out of my garden. New model looking dope. Yes, I've secretly been a 700-year-old man the entire time. I'm sorry for fooling you. I've been a 7-year-old human old man. This is just unveiling the true me in the corner. Can I do this? We don't really need to worry about the score right now. So we're just gonna do this, I think, because I think all the information that you could really need is gonna be in here. For now. McGregor collab. Not really 335. Man, with the way I've been coughing, it feels like every fucking year it's getting worse. It's been going on for a long time. Eh. Wait, hold on. Can I actually shout? Is there an actual I may have locked shout out so only I can do it. Okay, no, I guess they're just... Wait, there isn't actually someone with that name? There's no McGregor? Hold on. Twitch.tv/McGregor... Let's see. Oh, McGregor channel? So there is no one with the McGregor VT. Oh, McGregor is someone who has like 20... McGregor alone is 24.5 thousand? 24,000 followers. So McGregor channel is also like not there. So yeah, McGregor is available as a VTuber name on Twitch. All I can think of is, man, if I wanted to do something else. That reminds me, there are some people who have, like, I guess they create extra accounts just to be their, like, bot account. McGregor wouldn't be the worst. But I guess at the same time, like, but McGregor, it would not be just McGregor VT because he wouldn't be a separate VTuber. Okay. Competing against opponent McGregor. We've done the setup. So, play one card to the garden. So we're looking at our garden. I guess this way also, if I do it this way, you can't actually see what's up with McGregor. Or like his garden. But there's nothing in his garden anyway right now. And you actually can't see half my hand. Fuck. I guess we also don't actually need the setup. Maybe if I can strike that out real quick. Like we've done setup. It's not necessary. So I'm going to make this shorter and that might also help. So we're going to cut that out and move it. Score is actually a little bit important, but I can just hide McGregor for that portion. Okay. Oh wow, it's actually been that close the entire time. Okay, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna save again. I could do that, but it's also a case of like, I want the very top part. Also, I have Photoshop as a tool, so I use it. It's when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? When you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So it's more of a case of if I do... Fuck. I guess I will cut out the top. Actually, this is more fine. You can still see the cards. You can still see the cards. Alt account username McGregor? McGregor is exotic. Just thinking about some other names where it's kind of a... It sounds foreign to you, but to us it's pretty plain, right? That kind of thing. So I could see why someone might go by McGregor in that case. Okay. We play a card from our garden. We can play zinnias. A wall. I'm gonna try and not play wall. I say that. I don't really want to play walls just because of the theme. But at the same time, man, we got a lot of ivy. So actually, I can avoid the question for now as to whether or not I put walls in my garden. Delphiniums. And the important thing was also the scoring reference, which is tiny, tiny, tiny. Give me a second. I have the glasses on, but at the same time, bigger. I need it bigger. 125%. 125%. Okay. Delphinium. Feature, right? No, fountain. It's a fountain. I think. No, it is feature. They use fountain in place of feature. Yep. Yep. And that is worth 9 points if you have a tree. This is worth 1 point for every thing of that type in the garden. We have this one, which is... This is going to be a little funny because in our cases, some of these cards will have different symbols, but they'll effectively be the same thing for us. So in this case, it reads as score 3 points if you have equal to or more trees than each of your neighbors. But in our case, we only have one neighbor, so it's the same as the or either of your neighbors statement. This one is... That's right! It was a case of scoring... End of game scoring was more powerful than end of round scoring. Looking at her really quickly. So bottom right is end of game. Top left is end of round. I believe. Double check. Let's check the rules real quick. I have to move the rules. Yep, end of round, top left, end of game, bottom right. So, if we have 3 points for every wall, 3 points for every wall, 1 point for every one of these things in your garden at the end of the round, 1 point for each of those, and it gives you one of each. It's a really cute little mushroom. 3 points for every tree. And it counts as a pathway with a green on it. Which is kind of funny because it also has a big ass tree on it, but it doesn't count as a tree. Because I suppose the tree is somehow not the feature. Okay. We're going to focus, I think, a little bit more on end of game stuff. So we're going to play this card. And according to the... come on. There we go. Solo rules. We pass 2 to McGregor. So which ones are we going to pass over the garden wall? What do we do to fuck up his garden? I feel like I don't want to give him either of these two because I want to tie in, well, I suppose the wall actually isn't really super helpful. This one is more so. The scoring for this was 1 or more 9 points for having that. We're gonna give him this one. It's not super synergistic. And we're going to give him... Do we give him the wall? We'll give him the wall. I was saying earlier, but now it's kind of a, well, 3 point. I guess it gives him 3 points. But for end of round scoring, it doesn't give him anything. Hello, Dirk. Okay, so we've given him 2 cards. McGregor. Now we play it. Oh, we're actually gonna shuffle this. Wait. Okay. I wasn't doing the animation despite, like... Oh, if you pick it up and hit R, it won't... You have to, like, tap it a lot in order to get it to do that. Okay, so we're gonna do this. Then we flip these. Stick them in the deck. Oh. Actually... I fucked that up. These are both the cards that I just gave him. Because he plays the card. We draw 2 from there. 1 more card from our main deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we have 6 cards. I believe that's what we need. Then we shuffle these into his deck. And that's it. We're going to be repeating that and building a garden. We're going to... I should just be looking at the Geeks Point scoring examples here, but they're so limited compared to the ones that are in here. Like on the bigger cheat sheet. Look at this mushroom. But okay, it was control. No, alt. It's alt. Ah, you can't see it because of the rules. I assure you, there's a lot of mushrooms on this thing. Actually, if I put it down, yeah. Here. But McGregor's... He drew flowers. So we're going to be playing 12 cards for our garden. 3 per round. Last round might be a little funny. So what are we going to build in our garden next? Oleum. We could go on like a mushroom frenzy, sort of. We could sort of go on a mushroom frenzy. I'm going to play this one. Because that's at least 3 points, 4 points. It's at least 4 points. It's not like the best. Like, we don't have any mushroom paths yet. 2 cards to give to our buddy. What did he play? He played a wall. He played a wall. Okay. That was another thing I hated about the one rule set here. The explanation is a little different. Right. So they don't actually show it. They do actually, but it's just a little weird. It's a little weird. For trees in the neighbor's garden. So here for every wall. So we actually don't want to build walls. Excellent. We don't want to build walls. Where else? We don't do We don't do walls. We tear down walls. Do we give him this? I think so. And it feels a little... There's always the chance that the card is going to come back to us and we're not actually going to... I guess that's also the thing. The card may come back to us. He may not play it. So in that case... We're going to give him this one, just in case. So we've played one, deposited 2. McGregor's going to draw one from his deck. Oh, that's pretty. Oh, it's pretty. Are you sure he's pretty? Phlox. Phlox paniculata. Then after that, we take 2 cards from his deck. 1 from the main deck. These get flipped, shuffled in. It takes it's muscle memory shaking that way. shaking that way. It's... I have to unlearn that memory. I have to unlearn that memory. You can't see it. I'm gonna just put it down real quick. The honeybee. 2 for every mushroom that your neighbors don't have any mushrooms. Neighbors don't have any mushrooms. Ah, okay. Look at them. Look at those. You can't see them. The Morcellos. The morals. We want morals. I feel like this is going to be the... It's either this or this. This is actually the superior version of the morals, now that I look at it. But we're going to do this one. Unless I save it for like a super mushroom turn. Unless I save, like, try and save these 3. I'm not certain if I want to do that. So this is a better option right now because that is... I say it's a better option. It's not like I have any mushroom things here in terms of, like, the corner. Fuck. I don't actually really have a whole lot of options for right-hand corner. That's frustrating. Okay. You pick that. Now... this one's difficult. For every mushroom... Okay, so this is like 1 point if I give it to him. And... this is still 9 points at the end of the game. Oh, actually, it's not 9 points. It depends on if he has any... It depends on if he has any trees. 2 for every mushroom your neighbor has this round. It's kind of a fuck. That is 8 points right there. That is 8 points. Granted, again, it might come back to me. It's not like it's going to get played immediately this turn. Do we trust the heart of the cards to return this to us? Does he have? He does not. We're gonna bank on these. So what's the final card for his draw? Okay. We draw 2 cards. 1 card. Flip. Shuffle. Shuffle, shuffle. So now we score. Now we score. So 3 points. Oh wait, no. We only actually score mushrooms right now. We score 4 points for mushrooms. 4 points for mushrooms. How much does he... He scores 0. 0, 0, 0. But again, top left points are kind of meaningless. Drops in the bucket. Unless you get a really good combo off, I guess. If you get, like... Maybe it's a bit different in a full game because you might have more chance to keep things. Unless... I haven't actually played the proper non-solitaire version, so I'm not certain how different it is. Like, I read through the rules last week a bit to get a better understanding of how it works, but I've already kind of forgotten and only remember how to play the solo version. So it's kind of a... If it's round robin, then you're kind of fucked. It's very hard to make a strategy, right? If you get like a really great hand that's cohesive in the beginning, it's not going to stay. Second row. Second row. We don't want a wall. We have 2 beehives. 2 for every mushroom our neighbors have. Our neighbors have no mushrooms whatsoever. And it has nothing else. 2 for every one of these our neighbor has. Our neighbor has 1. really don't have a lot going on. And also, where are all the trees? Where are all the trees? Have I just been giving away all the trees? Thinking about this one, it's kind of a case. This would be nice, but I want to see it. Wait, I do have a tree. I have a tree. I can put down the thing and it'll be fine. If I have more trees than my neighbor doesn't have any trees. What are the chances? We're gonna put this down. Was I going to do mushroom run? That's 2 points. This is only end of game. We'll call it. We'll call it this. We're gonna go... Not pivot exactly, but we're going to worry about that later. 3 for every tree that our neighbor has. This is worth 2 for every iris neighbor has. We don't have any of those. And this one's just 1 for every iris. And there's only 1 iris. And 3 for every wall, and they don't have any walls. Although playing this card would actually count as a wall. What are the chances? What are the chances? Okay. We take 2. Take 1. Flip. Grab both. Grab both. Grab both. Here, shuffle. I feel a little shamed, actually. I really hate shuffling in front of other people because I don't know how to do, like, the cool shuffle. Although at the same time, it's kind of a case of what is the safest way to shuffle a deck? The safest for the cards. Thinking about... the riffle shuffle. Actually, do I have a deck? I might have a deck around. Or rather... they might all be in the game library. Only we do have regular playing cards. Oftentimes, the games that we play are sleeved, so you have to be very careful in the shuffling anyway. Like, you have to... you know, not shuffle in certain directions with the cards, because otherwise it's gonna fuck the sleeves up. It bends the cards. So yeah, I guess I do gentle shuffling then. But even if we were to play, like, poker or something, I can't do the cool shuffle. I cannot do the cool shuffle. I guess I'm also just a bit slow at the shuffling, too. Easy to get the hang... It's maybe just more practice in it and, like, seeing it done from a different angle. It might also actually be, now I think about it, handedness should not come into play for that sort of thing, right? But I feel like it might be a little bit involved, to be honest. Again, when I was doing certain other things, you would think handedness would not come into play, but it turned out it did. So it's kind of a... Maybe I just need to think of it from a different angle because of that. I don't have the muscle memory. Okay, so I played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need to play our next one. Oh, this is pretty. Oh, you can't see it. I'm gonna pop it down. Nice little walkway. Pathway. Practice and practice. I have other things I should be doing instead. Like, I'm going to practice. What? Okay, just thinking like, there's singing practice, and then I guess like shuffle practice. What was a third type of practice that you could do at the same time? I wonder. I guess language practice technically. It's kind of combined, but it's kind of okay. Let's involve a third activity of some sort. It's kind of like yoga practice. That might conflict with the shuffling. Leg stretches? Doing leg stretches and roll shuffle and singing at the same time. Basket weaving with my feet. Just thinking about like, oh, okay, would I have the feet dexterity for that? I guess that's something to practice. Kind of, like, these manual dexterity, does that only apply to your hands? Because there's, would you call it also like dexterity for, and this comes up with, I guess, languages and other things where you have to make sure that you have your mouth formed in a certain way and your tongue in a certain position, that kind of thing, your lips in a certain shape. So it's kind of does that count as dexterity too? And what about for, I guess it does. And the same thing with like, yeah, having flexible toes, I guess. I guess skateboarders, when surfers have probably, do you use your toes a lot in surfing? I wonder. I've never gone surfing. It's actually really kind of scary to me. So I don't really know a whole lot about it. Deep water's scary. Deep water's scary. Crashing under the waves. Do we go for lawn? Like, how important are toes really for like your entire foot? How important are toes? And then I think about how I use my feet, and it's kind of an okay, I kind of get it. You don't really think about using your toes, but you do a lot in general just for balance purposes. And even right now, thinking like moving my foot, and it's kind of okay, yeah. Kind of, do you actually need toes to walk? Like regular walking? Hold on. I know that there's like appropriate ways to walk in. Maybe appropriate and inappropriate ways to walk is not the right phrasing there. Just that there's, like, for running, there's a running form and like how your feet strike. I honestly don't know what the appropriate way is for that. Just that I guess it's something I use. Hold on, let me think about how do I walk? How do feet work? How do feet work? I feel like animators have this fucking down, understanding walk cycles. How do feet work? I have a fucking image that I just got that has, sorry, I have a piece of art I commissioned. It has, I think I have my heels up in one section because of the way that my leg is turned. And it's kind of a, is that possible without toes? It might be a lot harder without toes. Might be a lot harder without toes. Do we go for the tree? Our best option would be mushrooms. This is probably still our best option. Our neighbor doesn't have any walls. We're going to go with mushrooms. During that time, they are exerting pressure. That's fair. I guess it's something that we just take for granted. Our reliance on toes. How important toes are in our lives. I was going to say they're more than just a pretty face. It's kind of like their toes. They don't have faces. More than just an accessory. More than an Is it an appendix? More than an appendix. More than a uvula. What do we give him? We're going to give him this one. And we're going to give him... this one, I think. We're not planning on building any walls. So what is he going to play? Hold on. Ah! Okay. He had one of those already. That was from his starter deck, because we certainly did not give that to him. We take 2 cards, take 1 card, flip, drop, shuffle. How does that... Oh. I wonder if we're actually going to see the white rose. I think that's what they call it. The fancy one that is like a special super card. How is... Didn't we give this to him? I guess these two, I think. They've come back to us. Rosa must be new. Rosa must be from the main deck, I would imagine. I don't know how many duplicates there are in the game. I feel like there probably aren't any duplicates in terms of... I do not believe any of the flowers are duplicates. The mushrooms had duplicates in some cases. Beehives are duplicates. Okay, so paths and walls are also... Okay, so a lot of the features are duplicates. Or not features. These symbols, the ones with the stone carvings, are sometimes duplicates. Sometimes. I guess they have at least 2 or 3 different types of each. Because we have our path over here. Nice cobblestone over a bridge versus the one with the tree. Versus another one with the tree. They're not duplicates in terms of how they function, just the appearance. What do? We have mushrooms, and we have no mushrooms. We have mushrooms on the board, and we get points for mushrooms, but we don't have any other mushrooms to deposit in our garden. So I suppose this is more of a case of what do we get to put down that will help in the bottom right section. And the answer is mushrooms. Do we have a mushroom path? We do not have a mushroom path. We do not have a mushroom path. That's a shame. We have the tree that we need. Although, I'm going to double check something really quickly. Okay. Otherwise, for every tree that the neighbors have no fucking trees. 2 for every rose. We have not been doing roses. That actually reminds me a little bit. I was going to say we haven't been investing in the rose industry. You guys know about like the tulip industry, right? The Dutch tulip craze. Every now and then there's something that kind of triggers that, and it's kind of, oh right, that was a thing. I vaguely recall that there was someone who ran a Twitter account too that was doing it. Basically, they were imitating a Dutch tulip merchant. I think they were doing kind of like a daily cycle of it, like leading up to basically the crash. In short, basically, I believe it was the case of tulips were an import, and they were made out to be a lot more like special and rare than they actually were. And so they somehow basically they made like the Furbies of their generation, except it was plants. Is there an appropriate food that's kind of like that nowadays? Or maybe food is not the right word. I don't. Thank you for the raid. Let me hide my rules. Thank you for the raid, Kind Ray. Very kind of you. For those who don't know, I'm the Evening Primrose. I'm a garden elf who comes out at night, and today I am facing McGregor. He's the one over there. He's the one over there. With the rake. I am playing against him in a game of Flourish. Sorry for the pause. What were you? Oh, you were playing Aliens Fireteam Elite? What kind of game is that? A shooter? I've never heard of it. I'm sorry. I know board games and tabletop RPGs. I don't know a whole lot of like video games necessarily. So there's been a lot of people playing games that I have not heard of. They sound really interesting, but there's just so many games, and the same thing with board games and tabletop games. Like, I don't know them all. I just know I know more than I know of video games. It's a shooter. So, are you playing the aliens, or are you shooting the aliens? Or I guess both. Like, are you aliens shooting aliens? Humans don't count as aliens in this case, actually. Also, like, if you shoot... Okay, you're shooting the aliens. And, if you need to go take care of yourself, go ahead. Go get something to eat. Go get something to drink. I know it takes a lot of focus to play games like that where you're staring at the screen and, oh god, you don't realize just how much strain you've been putting on your eyes. And, like, I fall into this trap with blinking, and it's kind of I don't blink as much, I think, in the beginning of streams, and then by the end it's just every 2 seconds blink. At least I can kind of do the, happy smile and give my eyes a rest for a little bit. And this looks fine, right? But in real life, wouldn't this look kind of weird? If you saw actually, it'd be really suspicious, wouldn't it? But I guess that's also a thing for anime too, isn't it? The happy smile all the time. What's behind those eyes? Died a lot. I would too. In game. In Aliens Fire Elite. Also in Minecraft. Imagine not smooching the aliens. Some aliens are just not very smoochable. They don't want smooches. They don't want smooches. But tonight I'm playing Flourish. It's a board game about gardening. I'm building a garden against McGregor. And what is my next move? Right, so I had a couple things up that I'm going to put back up. They are my... Is this the right... Nope, that's not the right one. That's old. That was something from middle ends of April stream. I should update that. I have an image that I just keep saving as something, and if I need like a quick image, I put it in that same, I just save over and show the source again. And that absolutely does not come back and bite me in the ass later. Never ever. Wait, you can smooch the aliens in the Aliens Fireteam Elite? Really? Really, really? The only vibe I get from that is, so unless you've ever seen the music video for Me, it's where I can find at least the image of the girl. I cannot show the I say AMV, the music video, because the music video is absolutely not fucking Twitch safe. But there's a meme of the girl from Me, and there's one particular section in it where they're basically playing a shooter game, and the aliens essentially coming up to kiss you, and instead you just shoot them. Yeah, so it's just like that. Just like that. Do I have the GIF? Can I find the GIF? Answer is not that one, I guess. This one? No. Okay. That's a still. I don't want the still. I want the fancy dance. Okay. Can I save the fancy dance? Here's where it comes up. Can I do this here? Galgun? I don't know what Galgun is. Okay. Oh, hey, this already exists. Excellent. I can just save over it. I guess there's actually two or three? There's two or three of these. But they're kind of similar feelings in terms of... Okay, I can't show that one. This one, I think, is the one I just saved. Let me grab it up. We're going to replace one of the rule sets with this real quick. Not that one. The other one. Really, really quick. I didn't actually know this was from Me for a couple years. But yeah, Me. Part of Me. So yeah, those girls as creatures that are trying to, I guess, smooch your face off. And you just shoot them instead. I would highly suggest Me. It's good music. It's got a interesting premise. It's got a good message. It is very well animated, but it's also absolutely not Twitch safe. I am playing Flourish and also showing old meme. You're sure about that? Have you actually seen Me? Because it's kind of a wait. Can I actually? Is there an image of that? Can I used to have a couple the different versions because you'll die happy. That's what the protagonist of Me thinks too. I call him protagonist, but it's kind of, I guess it's a question like, is he actually the protagonist? I guess he is. I don't want to spoil the plot. It has a plot. And then I was rewatching. It was kind of, wait. The not Me girl looks kind of familiar. She looks sweet. Let's see. Yeah, we're building a garden against McGregor. Lots of plot. Look. You can have both plot types. You can have both plot types. I would bring something up that's Western that has a lot of both plot types, and then it's kind of, well, the last few seasons were really bad, so I guess that doesn't really count, because they kind of... I never watched it, but other people did, and it's kind of, well, it kind of lost plot 1. Maybe it also lost plot 2. I don't know if it counts. But the first few seasons of Game of Thrones had both plots, right? It had a lot of both plots. Maybe not like a huge amount of one of the plots, but more than what's allowed on TV. But yeah, the only reason was because the last season definitely kind of killed the series. The TV series. And again, I never watched it. But you watch it for the plot and not the plot. I want to say... when I'm watching Me, part of it's for the music. A good strong section of it is for the music, but the rest of it... I'm not going to pretend it isn't for the, like, other plot, but at the same time, like, it's more of a comedic-ish thing with how extreme it is, and it's integral to the actual plot. It's integral to the actual plot. You can't have the actual plot without the plots. Okay, maybe there was 1 or 2 scenes that were kind of gratuitous. That didn't really need to happen. They didn't need the spaceship magic bullets. But it's just fucking funny. We are going to make... We're not going to put a wall in our garden. We're not going to put a wall in our garden. This was the problem. We didn't have any mushrooms. We didn't have any mushrooms. 3 for every tree our neighbor doesn't have any fucking trees. 3 for every wall. We're not gonna do that. 2 for every... That's only this one time. It gives us a flower we don't really need. 2 for every rose. And we could do that one too, I guess. Our neighbor doesn't have any mushrooms. Fuck. We're gonna put the rose down. We're diversifying. Diversifying. I assure you, dear reader. I assure you, dear viewer, the constant bouncing boobs is absolutely vital to my story hook. Look, it isn't me. It is. They have to be hypnotizing. They have to work. Ishuzoku? That's the interspecies reviewers, right? I've never actually watched that. I just kind of... I skipped it. I think that came out in the past, what, 5 years, right? Yeah, I haven't watched a huge amount of anime in that 5-year span. Do we give them beehives? We'll give them this. And we'll give them 3 for every tree, 3 for every wall. They don't have any walls. So we're going to give them this one, because I think we got it from them. No see. Is it actually that good? I haven't really been reading any reviews either. That is one thing that's kind of disappointing about a lot of the light novel based stuff. A lot of times I just have to kind of excuse it as like I'm not the target audience anymore. Or one thing I really don't like is the gamification of like novel content in terms of they get reincarnated and here's their literal character sheet that tells them all their stats. Like I hate that so much. So much. I'm trying to remember if it was what is the... I was going to say one title and like, nope, it's not This Ugly Yet Beautiful World. That's way older, not related at all. The one with Megumin and Aqua and all that. That one. Like, it was funny, but at the same time, I was not pleased with some other things. Yeah, so I kind of wrote, Konosuba. Yeah, I don't really watch a whole lot of isekai. I read the first novel for Vending Machine, and that was funny but dumb. Like, I knew I was reading trash, but then again, I generally I like reading trash, but I don't like watching... I guess I don't like watching trash that much, but I guess it's a different kind of trash. Different kind of trash taste. Or, again, maybe I've just kind of aged. So... he's gonna play one. We're gonna grab 2, 1, flip. Boop. No, drop it. Drop it. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. I think I've seen snippets from the Megumin thing, like just some stills, but I haven't really looked into it. I like binged all that I could, and then I stopped because there was nothing else. I didn't really keep up on new things. You only like isekai that doesn't take itself seriously? How do you feel about the mother one? Well, I guess like the mother one doesn't actually count as isekai, does it? Because they're not reborn in another world. It's playing an MMO essentially, right? I'm thinking of Don't You Love My Mother and her 2-hit multi-target attacks. Isn't that the title? It's, very long and mom is OP. It's isekai? The mom one is isekai? There's also another one out that's about, I guess actually, is it an anime or is it still just a light novel? The one where, like, I was kicked out of my party, so I bought the moms of my party members off the slave market or some shit, and it's like, maybe not. Maybe it's gone too far? Question mark. But I guess at the same time, it's not some other series, so, like, it's not that bad in the end. Yeah. Pochi-sensei? Whoa, hold on. It's kind of a... Okay, I was thinking of someone else. Oh, wait, I know her! Yeah. Okay, I know Pochi-sensei. Ida Pochi? Yeah, and she's, like, rather sickly, right? And she got a model upgrade in the past year that it is a bit older looking. And she's got a cane or something, right? Yeah? Oh, Pochi is the artist for that model? Ah. Oh, wait, no, Pochi is the artist for the... Okay. Is that really... Okay. That explains a little bit then. That explains a little bit. I didn't know that. I only made it, I think, maybe like 4 episodes into the 2-hit multi-target attack mom. I could not get over the... I could not get over the hump of the series. I mean that both figuratively and literally at one point. If the slime is the section where I just remember putting it really over the top in setting up the theme. So it was kind of yeah, okay, never mind. I never made it past episode 2 then. I do remember him setting up the party. I don't know how long that took, like hiring the other people. So good to know the other bot mother harem one was trash. It was also a bit of a case of, yeah, once they're 30, they're like off to the market. It's like, what, 30, 35? I don't remember what it was. It's just kind of, really? Obviously over the hill at that age. There's nothing else left to look forward to. Scoring. We need to score. I do not remember defrag. Was it also an isekai? I actually haven't watched Bocchi either. I'm trying to think of the... Okay, the latest one that I watched that was new was Vampire Hunter D, Bloodlust. And before that... Oh, what was before that? I feel like it's been actually a very long time before that since I watched a new series. VTubers take up too much time. VTubers take up too much time. Just a high school? It might depend on what time it came out. Honestly, it feels weird to say, like, I skip a lot of the mixed gender high school anime. I say that aren't, like, kind of no, I can't say that because I did watch this, but that's because it's a romance. This was a romance, and that was a romance, and kind of, I guess, like, there was the one that was about the girl who could control her blood, right? I did not watch that, but that I guess more like Haruhi-esque ones I kind of skip, where it's about a group of friends in high school, a mixed gender friends. If it's cute girls doing cute girl things, that I tend to watch it. I tend to watch those, but not so much on the mixed gender ones. I watched, I think, only a few of the cute boys doing cute boy things. Control Blood. Not Dead Man Wonderland. No, that, because that was set in a prison, and that was with a girl who was wearing albino girl with red. She had white hair. I don't remember what color her eyes were. Very white skin, and she also had like that's Dead Man Wonderland. It's not Dead Man Wonderland. No, Control Blood. She had pink glasses, and she was kind of suicidal because everyone who knew about her power because it was a family power or something in the mythic whatever, hated her guts because it was weird to control blood or something. I don't remember the name of it. Control Blood anime. We're gonna not deal with that. It's not this. Mirai, Beyond the Boundary, what I was thinking of. I've not actually seen it. That's one of the ones that I kind of skipped over for some reason. I think I was kind of... Did that come out around the same time as Free? Because I think I decided, no, I'm going to watch the boys do swimming instead. Or I had just watched another one that was coming out that had a similar premise. Daily Lives, High School Boys. One was 2012. What else is coming out in January? So that was winter. What was the... I need to specify anime. Fuck. Otherwise it's coming up with winter 2012, like what the storms were named and stuff. But there's usually a picture of the courses. So Does it count in here? Where's the graphic? Is Daily Lives of High School Boys in here? Yeah, it is. Okay. Gonna grab it up real quick. These were always so handy. So handy. I'm killing it with tabs right now. What was coming out then? So this was what was coming out in winter of that year. What was I watching instead? What was I watching instead? I was not watching anything from the top level. I think I did not do Milky Homes 2 because I remember skipping out on Milky Homes 1 after like 2 or 4 episodes. I watched Recorder to Randosuru. But then again, that was all like 5-minute sections. They were very short. They were shorts. I was not watching Zenoskaima F live. I was watching... Okay. I had already watched Nichijou. I was watching Puyo Puyo, but that was another set of shorts. I was watching another. I did not watch Black Rock Shooter. I did not watch that. I was watching Moretsu Pirates, too. Puyo Puyo. Naruhaito Pyon Pyon. Naruhaito Pyon Pyon. Something kind of like that was the opening. It was a bunch of shorts around a cat. I watched a bunch of these. I didn't actually finish the series because it's kind of... They tend to be long, but I watched Chi Sweet Home, Puyo Puyo. There was also another one. I don't remember the name of it. That was a lot less comedy and more focusing on the author's interactions with the cats in their lives. But Puyo Puyo was cute comedy. Very cute. Very round. Yeah, I skipped High School DxD. I skipped it entirely. I don't remember why. If it was just like, yeah, I'm done with the harem. I was tempted by Kill Me Baby, but I didn't. But I was watching Moretsu. And I remember skipping Aquarian Evol because I had watched the first one by that point. I knew it was just sort of like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, I was also watching Papa Kiki. Papa Kiki is cute. The ending is really fun. Yui Horie, right? Unless I'm mispronouncing that. I was also watching Nisemonogatari. And what else? I don't think I watched these for the OVAs. I can't really count any of these. Yeah, I can't. Kale movie. I don't know if I have a poster for that or not. I might not have the poster anymore. Yeah, I don't... Okay, so 2 shorts. And 3... I guess only 3 or 4 shows live? Or not live, but like 3 or 4 shows a week. That's... like 1 or something hours a week. But still. Oh, right. Wait. Natsume Eugene Cho was in here? Did I skip it? Did I just mentally block it out? Not that it's bad. It's more so that I kind of forget about it because it's just so very chill. It's very under the radar, except I guess for it's very much aimed at women, right? I shouldn't say Fujoshi. Oh, I did also watch Dungeon Travelers, but I feel like that doesn't really count again because it's an OVA. That's a one-off. It was on the top? It is! I don't know why I skipped over it. But She is 4. And I guess that also makes sense why they called it She, too. Huh? On brands. I started it, but I never finished it. Was Kill Me Baby another set of shorts? I feel like it was. Moratsu Recorder 0. Yeah. I think at the time, I don't remember if I had started watching Zero no Skyma. I have watched the first, at least season, maybe 2, maybe... How many seasons are there? 3 or 4? I may have stopped at 2. Or at the end of 2, more so. Because I know that they had like a disproportionate elf in the series, I think, right? I think that was part of what, season 3? Or was she season 4? Unless I'm mistaking it for something in a different show. That's always possible. A lot of them tend to blend in together. But yeah. Thinking about people talking about, oh, their anime was so much better back in the day, and it's kind of there's stuff that you tend to completely forget about mixed in here. Not everything lasted. Who cares about some of these properties anymore at this state? It's been over 10 years. If you go to 2002, what is the winter 2002 anime? What does that look like? Is there a chart? What if we look up summer 2003, actually? That might be a bit easier to find stuff for. Okay, there's no chart for it. I guess if I want to get a 20-year look back, I might have to go to like 2000... Fuck. 2006? When did people start making these? Fuck. Actually, isn't there a website for this? There is. I say that as if, okay, we're just gonna go to summer of 2003. I say that in terms of we're gonna use the site just because it has the information needed in an easy to digest format. Okay. Shh. It's fine. The tabs are fine. So summer 2003. 20 years ago. These are the shows that were coming out. Only in 2008. Everyone starts somewhere. And also, just being in any sort of scene longer doesn't necessarily confer anything. But, man, 2008, I don't... That was... Was Panty and Stocking that year? Or was that 2009? It may have been 2009. Okay. I've seen Fumofu. I don't really remember Fumofu. Onegai Twins came out. Do people... I think there's a subset of people who still care about Takapo, maybe. Naruto. I remember some people who were really big fans of that. Ikitosen is out of style, isn't it? Panty and Stocking was 2010? No, I think it had to be 2009. I think it was fall of 2009 or spring of 2010. Yeah, I remember seeing the Ikitosen dolls. They made one for, I think, 2 of the girls? Panty and Stocking anime. It was... Why aren't you giving me a... Oh, it auto-filled with figure for some reason. I have no idea why I would think I want to buy. Oh, shit. It really was 2010? Huh. Wait, that was the manga. Wait, it was really 2010? Huh. that shifts me a little bit. That in terms of thinking, I was basing it off of certain events in my life at the time, and it was kind of it had to have happened in this year. And then, wait. Ikitosen's the only one you've seen from the list. Did it have a new season? Maybe it did. What was the last thing for Ikitosen? I guess the people who watched them really... Well, actually, I say that as if there wasn't like a $700 doll made within a few years of this series existing. Like before the 2014, the doll was made. So the fans definitely had money. What else came out for it? 2022? 2022? So the manga ended in 2015. And there's a bunch of series for it. And the last one was New Ikitosen. Shin Ikitosen. That came out 3 episodes. What was Shin Ikitosen? It doesn't say? I wonder. So I'm not certain what it did. Oh, I don't have those sorts of powers. It just, kind of makes me feel a little old. Little tiny bit. Don't remember shit about Divergence Eve. Or Happy Less in Advance, although the art style looks familiar. Popotan was popular in AMVs. Popotan was popular in AMVs. Cinderella Boy. Oh, is that another monkey punch? It looks like it was a monkey punch. Like, look at this face. It has to be monkey punch. Takahashi Rumiko Gekicho. So Rumiko Takahashi Theater, I suppose. Oh, Anthology. Anthology. I wasn't even looking at the subtitle. Yeah, like, what the frick is this? What the frick is this? I feel like there are some people who watched IGPX in the West. People who really like robots. People who really like mecha. Masugu Nigo. That sounds very sad. This looks horrible. Look at this. Can we get a better look at it just because it looks horrible in terms of is that what 3D animation was capable? Minimoni ZTV. Minimoni. Is there a better image of what it looked like? Answer is let me grab this up. I'm sorry, I'm doing more tabs. Here we go. Here we go. It looks like a 3D... It looks like a DS game kind of animation. It reminds me of Cooking Mama. Have a good night, Kainre. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for bringing your community here. Sorry, I haven't really been playing much of a game. Full Metal Alchemist came out in fall of 2003. I guess that's also another thing. I think summer might not be a very strong season, honestly. Oh, there's also the fact that continuing series. So Naruto and Inuyasha, Conan, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Standalone, Technolize, Prince of Tennis, of course. Gundam Seed was the thing. That was the Gundam of the period. Oh, First Last Exile was this time too. Shinshan never ends. Oh, Kaleidostar was coming out. Kaleidostar is one that I would highly suggest watching. I've already extolled its virtues before. But it's a story about a girl who is aiming to become a great circus performer. It's a sweet story with some... It doesn't shy away from some realities of show business. Or at least that's the kind of thing it portrays. Like, I'm sure there's even worse things, but they still do kind of keep it light, but it's not entirely like happy joy time. "12 Kingdoms." I want to say, is there ever a year that doesn't have... Well, I guess there probably have been years that don't have something from one of the great stories. Because we also had Ikitosen. So it's kind of course. Where's the Journey to the West anime that the next year? Actually, is Dragon Ball running? In which case, there we go. We're covered. We're covered. Air Master. Trying to remember, like, wait. Do I remember Air Master, or was it a different one that someone was trying to persuade me to cosplay a certain character? I think it may not have been Air Master. It felt more... I have to think about that. 12 Kingdoms was isekai before it became... I assure you, there were plenty of isekai even before that. Inuyasha! Okay, I mean, like, I guess that's just going into another world, but at the same time, like, they could have just made it one way. And also, like, Fushigi Yugi, too. If it's someone who requires, like, dying to be isekai, dying and actually being reborn into another world, is there something on this list that is... Oh, Stelvia was actually surprisingly... I say surprisingly good. I didn't have high hopes for it because I don't usually like sci-fi, but... It came together. It came together. It reminds me a little bit of Moretsu Pirates. Don't think dying is a requirement for isekai. Good to hear. Good to hear. So yeah. And it's not even like Inuyasha was the first, or Fushigi. Fushigi. The tale of two girls who get trapped in an old Chinese drama book. Essentially. A historical Chinese drama book. Maybe I should say dramatic fantasy? Or fantastical drama. I probably should say fantastical drama. Loki Ragnarok. Ultramaniac. I feel like I received Ultramaniac as a gift from someone. It was kind of a... you know, I'm a little old for this, right? Just a little bit. I don't know what led you to think I would be interested in Ultramaniac, but thank you. I think it may have been like a blind box. Not a blind box. What's the word when you do an exchange, a gift exchange? There's a more... It's like a Secret Santa thing. And like putting in like, oh, I enjoy this, and this type of show, and I end up getting like... I ended up getting a copy of like the first DVD of Ultramaniac when it was maybe like 2015. It was kind of, wow, this came from a bargain bin, didn't it? you didn't really think about it. I don't really go for. I'm pretty certain I didn't have anything in there about liking this sort of show. I feel like that doesn't really jive with the other things I've been saying I've watched on here. Isekai requires, yeah. Being stuck there might be a requirement. Except for, like, the mother one. Except for the mother one. Hokuto no Ken, Tenchi Muyo. Oh, hey, it's not Tenchi Muyo. With Kione. Razafon. True Love Story. I don't know if I've heard of any of these movies, actually. But I think I've seen snippets from all of these. At first it's kind of a wait, is that the Tokyo one? Probably not. Who's my favorite Tenchi Muyo girl? Ryoko? Ryoko? I like Ryoko best. I don't like Ayaka. I hate her. I hate her so much. I hate her so much! Sasami, whatever. Like, she's cute. She's not really in the running. I don't necessarily know if you know, Ryoko is really suited to Tenchi the best, necessarily, but in terms of other things, I like her the most. What? No, is there something about... What was there a bad ad? Shit. I haven't really been paying attention. Yeah, I don't have an ad blocker installed on this particular... Ayaka? Okay. I'll be careful at the top of the page. I don't really care about Mihoshi or Kione. Like, Kione is cool. Kione's cool. I guess she'd be like my second, but again, I don't... It's... She has dribbles of her own. Washu is... I don't know how to feel about Washu all these years. And when it comes to the girl who was only in the movie, or at least as far as I know, she was only in the movie, the one with the short dark hair. I feel like I didn't really have enough time to understand or like get a feeling for if I liked her or disliked her. I only vaguely recall the plot for that movie, and it's kind of a case of, I mean, I don't remember her being like malicious or anything, but like maybe she did deserve him the most after all, because she seemed like the most normal human girl, and that is probably best, honestly. Bossy mom. Yeah. And I haven't looked at any of the new generation stuff. And maybe there's a girl I've completely forgotten about. Where's Tenchi? Was it Novie? Oh, there was more than that. There was actually a series, I think, that just started. If I just... Tenchi... Okay. Tiny picture. Zoom in. Okay. Ayaka, Washu, Sasami, Ryoko, Mihoshi, Kione, Tenchi. So yeah. I didn't miss anyone. Yeah, I mean, she ended up being the star of her own spin-off, Pretty Girl Sasami. I think it's Pretty Girl Sasami? Pretty something Sasami. So I'm not necessarily certain if it was that kind of thing. And also the fact that I think she does have an adult form, like Washu does. Either that or I'm mistaking some characters together. Again, it's been a very long time. She does? Mm-hmm. Okay, she does. And now that just kind of actually puts the whole, like, magical girl thing. Some part of the Jurian goddess. Yeah. The whole thing with the Jurians. It's really funny, though, when the grandpa... It's 20 years old. This is not a spoiler. So Tenchi's grandpa is an alien. Right? He's Juri. He's a Juri. And they live for a really stupid long amount of time. And so grandpa still looks like he looks like he's in his 20s or so, I would say. In his like regular form, but he puts up a like illusion or something of being old grandfatherly because he settled down and had a kid, and his kid aged like normal, and his grandkid aged like normal. Again, like if I'm wrong, feel free to tell me. This is just my recollection of how it went down, because I distinctly remember like, oh, kind of a, oh no, grandpa's hot kind of scenario. Like, ah, shit. Especially because, so part of it is that Ayeka and Sasami are sisters, and they come crashing down to Earth because they're chasing after their brother who flew away like 12,000 fucking years ago, right? Their brother is the grandpa. And they just have like this moment of shock, like, no, because I guess she was supposed to marry her brother because jury and royalty, whatever, keep it in the family. Shit. I think that was it. So instead she starts going after the young grandson. Because he's available. He's not claimed. And it's still keeping it in the family, right? And Ryoko's connection to it all is that she was trapped by the grandfather character like 12,000 years ago when he came to Earth. Maybe not 12,000 years, sometime during his stay on Earth. He sealed her evil inside of a shrine nearby. And then the grandson accidentally lets her out. A red silver fox moment. Reverse silver fox, sort of, I guess. But yeah, looking through the rest of it, like I was 2003 out at the top, right? I wasn't watching anything live. However, out of these shows, I've seen Fumofu, and that might actually be it for the one. Okay, and like some ones I may not have seen the sections that were in here in Standalone Complex, which is kind of a wow. It holds up well considering it's a 20-year-old series compared to DN Angel or something like that. But I guess budget differences too. Ah, okay. Third cousins. That feels a lot better than, yeah, being her actual brother. Yeah, okay, it makes a bit more sense, but at the same time, so they were still betrothed, right? I have watched half of Last Exile. Maybe more. I have not watched the second one yet. It didn't grip me as much as it seems to have gripped others Last Exile, so I didn't binge it. I didn't make it through. It may have been more than 6 episodes in, but I know I didn't finish it. I didn't finish it. Kaleidostar. To know which some of Blade, but not in a way I feel like I can check it off. Sylvia. That might be it. I think that's the end. Oh, I actually have watched DigiChart. I think because it's a bunch of shorts, essentially. And also, I mean, it's a period piece on culture. It's a period piece on culture. Eh? Kapamaki. When I look at this, I think of a different show. What is it? It shares the same name as another movie that I watched. I've only watched like the harder to find one and not the one that's about the kappa. And I know it had a song that was written by John Lennon's kid, and that was like one of the things about it. It was about a dinosaur. What? Okay, what is John Lennon? Okay, it's not Jude, right? Julian Lennon. Okay. Julian Lennon wrote the song. Now, what was the song? It's got to be linked somewhere on here. Okay, so Julian Lennon anime song movie. I think it was Julian Lennon. Maybe it was Sean. No, never mind. Ku. It was Ku. Ku. Umikita Karaku? Ku, it came from the sea? Something like that? Umikita Kara? Look, it's so freaking hard to find. Ku Kita. Ku anime movie? No, it's not Airport Time. It keeps trying to autocorrect things. How hard is it to find Ku? Oh, because I'm spelling it wrong. I'm spelling it wrong. Completely wrong. Am I? Okay. I swear there's another show. So this is... There's Ku with the kappa, and then there's Ku with a weird-ass little dinosaur. Toi umi kara kita. Toi umi kara kita ku. But yeah, a boy and his dinosaur. Ku the Far Seas. Okay. So it wasn't It Came from the Sea. Maybe that was just the subtitles that it came over with in the version that I saw. Never find an English translation? Not even... You mean like a dub or a sub? Sometimes there just weren't that many choices. Yeah. I was just hoping that someone else would take it up. So, is there anything about... Okay, I'm actually gonna... Oh, wait. Huh. I actually do have an ad blocker, but I guess it's not working very well. Summer 2003. Children of the World by Julian Lennon. Yeah, okay, so it did have a song. Ku. Come from a Distant Ocean Ku. It was from 1993. 30 years old. Nearly 30 years old, actually. It came out in December. Nearly 30 years old. Song by Julian Lennon for the ending. And... oh man, it was something. Greenpeace action movie. I have to be honest, I have played very little Kirby. I don't have that much attachment to Kirby. But I guess that really shouldn't be surprising considering the other games I've said I haven't played. Well, I guess Kirby should be like more friendly, I guess? He's cute. Oh! I actually have a Kirby hat for my cat. You should have specified for my cat first. I have a Kirby hat for my cat. I forgot about that. I should get a photo of him in it. But, that's why I haven't. That's right. They say not to put the Kirby hat on your cat if they appear to become distressed over it. And because he's been sick since I bought it, I haven't put it on him for more than like 5 seconds. Because he always sounds so depressed when I put it on. And with the breathing issues that he's had, it's kind of, I'm not going to stress him out anymore. Like, once that's fixed, then it's fair game. Then I'll stress him out a little bit long enough to get a snap of him in a Kirby hat. Do they have pictures of the cats? A lot of things surprisingly made it to American TV. I very distinctly remember seeing like a single episode of Escaflowne on TV. Apparently they realized after that episode that it was not suitable for airing on like children's afternoon TV show stuff, which was a shame. And they stopped it. They did not finish the series. I think the same with like Slayers maybe or something. Okay, I need to specify hat, cat, hat, Kirby cat, hat. Here we go. Can I just open image new tab? Yeah, I can. Be amazed. Be... Okay, I need to actually zoom out. I have one of these. It's a random pack type of thing. And I got the one with the arms up. I would have been happy with, I guess, any of them except for the, like, Kirby with the arms down. It looks not as cool as Kirby with the arms up. It was kind of a man. If I should have bought more than one, but at the same time, like, what if I got a dupe? And I guess it's kind of like, well, I do have 3 cats. I do have 3 cats. I'm guessing there are places you could buy them online too. You might be able to probably buy them like already marked off as to what kind they are, or you could probably buy like a box maybe. I know that for some of the prize, I shouldn't say prize figures, for some of the boxes where they blind boxes, some blind boxes, if you know what the position is in the box, it will always be the same from box to box. And then for others, can't know. More random than that. So if you get like a sealed box, you might be able to find out like which ones are which. Maybe. One day. Soon, TM. Soon, TM. There'll be cute cat Kirby. Maybe actually if I play a Kirby game on stream, I'll get a photo of my cat wearing the hat and have him sit sullen with me for a little bit. Waddle Dee. This is embarrassing. I don't know which one Waddle Dee is. Is he... Wait, so King Dedede is the one on the far right? So Waddle Dee is the... Okay. The orange one. Looks like they were able to use roughly the same pattern as the Kirby. I know a tiny bit. A tiny bit. How much plot is there in Kirby anyway? Also, I guess I know it's Meta Knight, right? Not that there was a Meta Knight in that lineup, but Meta Knight is a character in Kirby, right? I only know that because of Smash. Not that I really play Smash, but I have played Smash, so I know that he exists. And he looks like a Kirby character. Going out on a limb. I don't think I scored. Let's score real quick. Yeah, I didn't score. 1, 2, 3. So it's 4. So we score 6. Which means we have 10 points total. Yeah, just like Shadow the Hedgehog was cooler than regular one too, right? Just kind of a dark, edgy stereotype. Okay. 2 for every mushroom. There's no mushrooms. 1 for every... Okay, so 2 for every leaf. There's 2 leaves, so that's 4 points. I can math. I can math. We're halfway through. We're halfway through. Mostly because of side conversation. I should be playing and talking. Sasuke's? I was gonna say Sasuke is the coolest. Actually, there's a lot of cool characters in Naruto, so it's kind of a... They're cool for very different reasons. Naruto is generally uncool, but he does have some cool moments. Sasuke, overall kind of cool, but has some shit moments. Oh shit! Kirby's still on the screen! That's my bad. Okay. I scored. I scored. I scored. One day I won't forget about leaving a source up or something like that. Oh no, you missed me scoring. All I did was look at cards and count. So it was 6 points for mushrooms, and there are no mushrooms on his board. Instead, he scored leaves. He earns 2 points for every leaf. There's 2 leaves, 4 points. I can math sometimes. Someone I know is going to potentially rerun their math Olympiad, and it's kind of it'd be fun to try, but at the same time, I am so out of practice. I feel like I would flub over even the easiest questions. 3 for every tree. He doesn't have any trees. And get us more mushrooms and a mushroom path. But we don't... Wait. This. We want this. Because 4 points for the mushroom path. Sure, the neighbor doesn't have any things, but it might still be the best option here. Yeah, I'm going to say that is for now. We're going to go with this. What cards do we dump on him? The Hedera. 9 points if he has more Ivy than us, and he only has 2 Ivy. He'll have 3 Ivy, which would tie with us. But it's also greater than or equal to, so that's no good right now. There's the beehive. I don't really want to give him any more of that. And also 2 points for every mushroom that the neighbor has. That would be bad. We have to not let him use that. Does he actually earn any points for that? I guess he doesn't. It's just for every wall the neighbor has. And we don't have any walls. Okay. Actually, this is a card we're going to give him. Right, we're not playing like directly into it. We're not fucking up his garden directly. We're indirectly fucking his garden. Do we give him the geraniums? I think we will. So, he's going to play his... Another lawn. Ah. 2 here. We're going to draw 2. 1. Flip. Shuffle. Why is shuffle... I was gonna say, why is shuffle R? And then I realized, wait, WASD. Shuffle is not S because we're using WASD to move. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a huge amount of sense. I guess it's also close to your main hand. What does... I'm a little tempted, but I'm also a little worried. Like, what does E do? Ah, okay, that also explains a bit. Rotation, that's why it's so close. It's been a while since I've played with it, because for card games and stuff, you don't really have to worry about facing that much. In the games that I've played on Tabletop Simulator. The first letter in Shuffle, it's just a sign. It's like new, or what is it? Pterosaurus? Pterosaur? Pterosaur. Three for every wall. I can't do that. Can we do this? One for every mushroom and that type of flower. They only have one of that. And it's 2 roses. That wouldn't be bad, but this is not any better. Actually. Since we're kind of at the halfway point for the game, not that it should be taking this long, but that's because of all the tangents. I'm going to be back in like 5 minutes because I've actually run out of water. So I'm going to go get some water. I'll be back. I think I'm going to use my normal be right back screen, but I'm also going to show off something that I did to it. So it sort of works. It sort of works now. I probably need to fine tune a little bit more, but a really quick job, really quick. Actually, wait. I was thinking, oh, it's a shame though, because it doesn't have the bounce and it's kind of a... Wait a second. It's on multiple layers. It won't have the same kind of bounce as that. It won't have the same kind of bounce, but I could still make it move upon... Maybe not exactly upon getting hit. Maybe a little too much thought. Maybe a little too much thought. Maybe that's all I need, though. Maybe that's all it needs. One more thing, because I realize... where is it? Just going to redeem points for that. I found out there's a lot of YouTubers, I guess, who don't, like, deal with the viewer reward channel points. They just let that accumulate. And then sometimes... I've heard of, like... Oh, one of the people I assigned as a mod, like, cleared out the queue and refunded everyone's points. It was kind of a... Yeah, that could happen if you don't, you know, mark things as complete, ever. So we're going to fix that. I think... Okay. Don't remember if I did that, so... I tend to err on the side of like, oh snap, did I do this? I'm going to refund it. I can't remember what happened three hours ago. Did I actually read that? Did I do it? Did I take the drink? Did I fix my posture? Did I do the stretch at that particular time? How many times have I stretched this stream? Things like that. Your points are gone. I have marked as complete. Stop worrying. That's one of the, like, 2 things I'm really good at. Working. It's like one of 2 things I'm really good at. I totally did. It's not in the queue anymore. Actually, wait. Hold on. Wait, whoa. I haven't checked that. Hold on. What happens? Okay, yeah, no, it's you were refunded. Twitch says you were refunded. I was wondering, like, what happens in the system if a redeem is on, someone requests it, and then it's turned off later. What happens to it in the request queue? And the answer is, I guess, it keeps it. It just like hides it. It keeps the information. So it's kind of I think that would be something that would come up a lot because of the way people swap out some requests. Yeah, my manager, just thinking like, okay, if I had a manager, who would it be? Who would it be? You are speaking to the man. You're speaking to the. You're speaking to the head of the business right now. No, my cats. My cats don't manage me. I manage them. Sure, I'm kind of on their schedule, but that doesn't count. A wise tree? There is no such wise tree. Am I sure? I've been around longer than Contessa in terms of I started streaming before she was involved. And the other two, one of them has been zonked out on her brains. Zonked out of her brains, I should say. Until more recently. And she's still like a little out of it, but not nearly as bad. And then last one. Do you really want my cats managing me? Because you know the answer would be there to like everything. Why are you streaming? Why aren't you here cuddling in bed with me or playing with me or feeding me? There would be no streams. It would be all cat. All cat time. Oh wait, actually it's a lie because actually it changed a little bit when I put up the computer is useful for heating, but that's more of a winter thing than a summer thing. So like they really liked the computer for one of them liked to sit on the computer for the warmth. But now that I've put up a barrier between me and the computer, they don't sit on the computer tower anymore. So it's kind of an, oh, actually, you wanted to hang out with me too, didn't you? Like, it's actually kind of sweet in a way. And I'm wondering if that's why he spends a lot more time in my arms at the computer and not, like, hanging out up on the tower. Now I think about it. Because he used to hang out on the tower a lot. But now, he can't see me doing that. It's kind of a, oh, I actually think my cat really likes me. I think my cat really likes me if he chooses to do something like that. I feel really bad. I went to check in on him and he just looks pathetic a little bit. Being sick still, and it's just, you know, I just have to hold on for 2 more days. 2 more days, and then he gets to go to the vet and suffer there, but hopefully after that he'll be fine. Imagine having a cat that likes you. Some people have cats. Some cats have their favorite people. You're not one of them, even if you're the owner. If they're not begging for attention or scratching, they don't do that 100% of the time, but they do enjoy... They like having their alone time. I feel like I've had a number of pets that tell me when to go to bed. No more glasses? How am I gonna see now? The cards. Zoom in real close. It's actually really pretty. The dripping rose. It's kind of, I'm not tempted to put roses in my garden. I'm not going to put roses in my garden. Mm-mm. It's, with imagery like this, it's kind of tempting, but at the same time, I don't want to deal with them. I don't want to deal with them. That's what this is about. So you could blindside me with a gnome? I didn't see it coming though, no. Get gnomed. Is there a grander thing that's from? I vaguely recall it from a particular Twitch streaming group, sort of. A very popular one. But I don't know if they got it from somewhere else earlier, or if they just kind of took up... If they took up the mantle from someone else, or if it was something that they created and then kind of spiraled out from there. What I'm thinking of is Moon had a GTA RP arc, and he created like a gnome gang, and I think that they had something to do with like that kind of phrasing, like get gnomed. I could be wrong though. I very distinctly remember him and gnomes. Him and gnomes. Actually reminds me. In a D&D game, being able to bust out the twist my stem. Twist my stem. Meme, I guess? I guess it's just called the copy pasta. And being able to say it in like a little impish voice. Ah, okay. Okay. That would not be my first thought about like getting a link that does not lead to the place that you would think it does. I don't really encounter that much anymore, but back in the day that would lead to way less say so stuff. Way less, I guess it's not cute exactly right, the gnomed thing, but way less nice stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Rickrolling was one of them, but Rickrolling was also like really say so versus the ones I'm thinking of, the Wild West of the internet, where you make sure you know where the link's going. Before there was a whole lot of like tiny URL redirecting kind of stuff. There was still that possible, but just it was a little bit more effort than that. Oh, the zinnias look pretty again. They've come back for us. Do we add this? Yeah, that one ZM. Yeah, yes. I was in another game and we had a character who the DM had inserted literally a drawing of Moon's character as like a portrait piece that we ended up hanging on a mantle in our Waterdeep tavern that we had. It was the above the fireplace image, essentially. Window dressing. Yeah, I remember watching the first game that was run there. But yeah, no, actually the other stuff with the gnome gang was before that. Way before. I won't say way before that, but before that D&D game that he was in. What's the story? I think it was, what's the story, Morning Glory? Is there... I wonder if there's another kind of plant that I could use for that instead of Morning Glory. I don't remember. I distinctly remember don't remember exactly. I say that mostly just because I distinctly remember making a map based on the Waterdeep map of the tower, or not tower, the tavern. And I used... Basically, I decorated the tavern. Like, I actually made a decorated map with the 5-minute tabletop stuff, like showing off like this person has a really shabby bed and like a table and like a mug and like a bowl out for a cat in the back, and this other person has like really comfy looking chairs, and this is the room where we do our plotting, and this is how the tavern looks, all that stuff. Like I made actual maps for that because I don't remember why exactly. If it was just me having fun when the team was like, oh right, by the way, do you guys want to like lay out your stuff or let me take care of it? It's like, yeah, I'll do it. It's fun. Making maps like that is really fun. So I remember plotting out where the various images were, but I don't remember if I actually had a... Okay. It may have just been like everyone understood what it looked like at the time, and it may have been the pre-art piece, to be perfectly frank. I could be wrong. It's been a number of years since that game. I kind of forgotten about like, oh shit, right, I still have the file around somewhere for that particular campaign, because why would I delete it when it could potentially be at least partially reused later? Who's going to know? Aside from me. And those players. But they may not be involved. Where did I put that? I have a whole... I subscribe for not a huge amount of time, but like at least a year of tabletop stuff. So it's 5-minute tabletop stuff. So I've got a bunch of their map pieces, the presets and the like random assets. So it's kind of about like assets, buildings. Did I save it as something separate, or kind of a... Did I make it easy for myself later, or did I just decide I'm going to remember where I put this and then just shame myself, 3 or 4 years down the line when I'm trying to find it live? And the answer is, I was a fool. I was an out and out fool. Or I put it in a different folder because it wasn't my game, it was someone else's game that I was building this for. One of the two. And it's kind of a... Did I give it an appropriate name? The answer is no. Why would you do that? Why would you name it when it's going to be, okay, what is one of the names of these files that I worked on? Let me see. Okay, that one's actually a pretty normal name. But if your file doesn't have appendages of like finished for real parentheses 5 at the end or something like that. Are you really done with it? Maybe I put it in... Wait, that's someone else's game. I've got a couple games worth of files mixed in. Was it this one? It was this campaign, but a different place. I also forgot that I made a paper doll for one character. And that's when I learned that one of the sets of equipments does not come with shoes. It comes with foot wrappings. Common clothes do not come with shoes. Yeah. I found my bear set. Dungeon of the... Oh, right, you were doing Dungeon of the Mad Mage. Portals from level to level, except the first player that goes through the portal suffers a random positive or negative random effect. So last session parties going through portals to go to a different level. As the party guinea pig, I go through them first. First portal effect was vulnerability from all damage for 1 hour. Second portal effect was suffer 20d6. Ah! So... Okay, clarification question first. So I'm guessing that your party had retreated out of the top, or like your party retreated to the surface and then went back down to the second or third level, or I guess third level, because you had to first level assume free, like there's no portal to get into the first level, but first and second you took a portal, second and third you took a portal, and that was the one that killed you. So was it like that, which is why it was so quick? Oh yeah, so you were doing ooh. I'm sorry. What level were you guys? Did you have someone who could cast and had the components and had it prepared to cast that one spell? No. I'm guessing not. Sorry. Yeah, that's... I don't know. I understand that going to 0 doesn't necessarily mean that you die instantly, because it has to be what, like negative half your hit points or something to kill you outright in one go. Or, well, not in one go, but like if you hit negative something. So, kind of even my tankiest, like 13th level fighter, where I specifically built her to be like a chunk of hit points, she would have lived, but she would have been instant KO at 146 force damage. Jesus Christ. What's the maximum hit points, I wonder, that a player can get? Like, someone's bound to have calculated that out, right? Like, if you build very specifically for only hit points, for some reason, to build an absolute meat shield. Oh. And you didn't buy new components in between? Ah. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That spider. Wow. I wonder how just... that must seriously affect how things go in the future. Like, do we revive the little pet over potentially having to revive an actual PC? Like, putting in value of the individual players. Or not players, but the individual PCs into play there. Ah. I hope that... I hope that your next session... your next character goes over well. I hope that you have fun with the next one. I'm sorry that the second one, but it's a kind of funny story. On a couple different levels, I'm sorry. It is kind of funny in terms of just really bad luck. Really bad luck. But them's the rolls, isn't it? Them's the rolls. $20 con max rolls. Oh, well, if you do rolls. I don't know if I've ever done rolls for hit points in D&D. I've done it for other games, and that went really poorly for me. Oh, there was one place I did in 3.5 for rolls. But then again, with the particular combo I picked, it was kind of a hit points don't really matter, because if I get to a point where I need to use hit points, I'm fucked. Yeah, some things go really easy and then wham. Wham bam. You're dead. 113 in Solasta. Is Solasta a particular scenario? Like a particular module? I haven't heard of that one. But if it's a completely different system, then there's a lot of variation there. Ah, okay. What level? Well, I would say what level, but then again, I built something again that was kind of on par with that. Kind of on par as a fighter. So, like, yeah. I really... Man. Being a fighter is fun. Being a fighter is fun. At first, it's kind of a, oh, why would I be a fighter when I could be, you know, like a wizard or a druid or... I'm actually... I don't know if I've played a druid, now that I think about it. But I could play a cleric and stuff, and it's kind of a... Being a fighter is just fun. Oh, there's a lot of classes. I mean, I don't know if I've ever played a class that I didn't really like, but there are some classes I haven't played. But it's kind of a weird, like, turn your brain off, but at the same time, I was playing Battle Master, so it's kind of a case of you turn off certain parts of your brain to reactivate other ones. Having a much smaller tool base, but trying to think of ways to use that tool base in new and interesting ways. Ah. So you can't reach. Yeah, that was kind of a moment after a while. I was on a seafaring campaign there, and it was kind of a, oh shit, there's stuff far in the water, and I can swim there, but it's going to take me a while. And I can just use a bow as strength. You don't have to use dex for a bow, I don't think, or at least the bow I was using. Strength was better for me. But more of a case of, how do you already not have a bow? How do you not have a long range weapon? Like, I gave them away to some dwarves really early in the thing, and like, what do I need a longbow for? And like, how does the party not have, like, actually thinking about it, the rogue didn't have a longbow. No one had a longbow in the party, so it's kind of a, how does the party of like 6 characters not have a single bow among them to give to the fucking fighter? No one used a bow. The rogue was using psychic knives, so it's kind of like he wasn't even really carrying any weapons. He could just poof them. Dueling as a fighting style? I think that was kind of tempting. I don't remember. That's like the kind of one-on-one sort of thing, right? Like, it's a bit more situational. But then again, so are a lot of the fighting styles are situational. Plus D6 lightning. Okay. That was maybe more so the issue. I was sword and board. But also I think after, by the point where I could pick up another one, I may have switched the sword and board for a 2-handed spear that was cursed. kind of very, very lightly cursed. Yeah. I think it's more fine when everyone is building to the same level of functionality, if that makes sense. It's more rough when, like, one player is way more optimized than the rest. So I think that's, like, something to kind of try and clarify a bit in the beginning. I've also been in parties where like some people are really, really optimized and others are absolutely not optimized. I shouldn't say absolutely not optimized, but like they didn't make like a, I don't want to say a perfect, there's no such thing really as a perfect build, but there are kind of tiers, right? Sometimes. So you played an evil fighter, is what you're saying. There's a lot of ways to be evil while still working with the party. You don't have to go burn down orphanages and kick puppies all the time. What am I doing? What am I doing here? So we were doing not wall. We were... Yeah. I played in a campaign that accidentally kind of turned out almost all evil. Accidentally. Like, we kind of drifted into it. But mostly just because that was the easiest way to get power. And it wasn't super actively evil. I say that. We didn't... What's the evilest thing that we did? May have had something to do with some... Shrine to an evil shadow goddess? Maybe? And... It was kind of... Well, that was a fight between two different evil cultist groups. So, like, does that really count as fighting for the evil cultists when you're fighting other evil cultists? And there was a necromancy, but it wasn't like it was of... Okay, I can't say that they weren't sentient, but... Okay, maybe there may have been humanoids. More humanoid than minotaurs. Minotaurs were the big ones, though. But there was some necromancy, there was some fiend binding, there was some shadowy cult stuff going on. But, I mean, all told, yeah. Necromancy of the people who were attacking the party. So, like, is it that bad? Is it that bad? They had to attack us for there to be bodies to be raised. The power of friendship. You had to turn your wizard away, the wizard character in the party away from evil with friendship. So all you think was My Little Pony, the character Discord a little bit. Just reach out a little hands. This wouldn't be so bad. The ivy. This... 1, 2, 3. 6 points. This is... 5 points. Points for neighbors. Neighbor doesn't have much of those. It doesn't really matter. Mushrooms that the neighbor has. Mushroom... That would be... Mushroom... Yeah. Neighbor doesn't have any mushrooms. It's only worth 1 point otherwise. For every tree the neighbor doesn't have any... The neighbor has lawns! So technically this is the best, I believe, because of the mushrooms. Even though we don't have any of the other flower. Just by 1 point. And yeah. Cinder Wizard? Isn't that the classic though? I mean, isn't... I feel weird for saying Louise and like Zero no Tsukaima is... She's not evil, but she's Cinder Wizard. Actually, it's a very classic trope, isn't it? The selfish wizard. Because I'm thinking like Lena Inverse counts as that too, right? I guess she's not really tsundere. Not really. She's kind of a little rough, but she. Thinking too hard on tropes. Stores items within himself. Okay. Oh shit. This is bad for me. I think McGregor might actually kick my ass. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I haven't actually... Shit, I haven't put the other ones out. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. Boop. We're going to... Actually, I wouldn't have given him that anyway because he already has one of those and it's a little rough. What would I have given him? Storing a soul jar within yourself. Soul eating. That sounds cool that you got to play a plasmoid. But yeah, that could be some weird interchange of materials right there. 3 for every tree. I would give him this because I only have 1 tree. He doesn't have anything that gives him for flowers, right? No, he does. Wait. Shit, he does. It'll be fine. And this one is for every mushroom. We can't give him that. I can't give him that. So the can answer is this. In which case... Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. So we reflip. Draw 2. Draw 1. Flip. Pick. Shuffle. No, flip. The only person smarter than the wizard is another wizard. Yeah, that's kind of... Well, actually, Artificer is the other int character, right? So it's kind of a case of... Who really is going to be smarter than the wizard? It's going to be one of those 2 classes. That's it. Yeah, she's... It's not like tsundere didn't exist at that time. I mean, Asuka came out... Evangelion came out right around the same time as Slayers, I believe. Because I remember doing a look at, like, wow, these 2 series are within a year of each other, and one of them has much higher production value than the other. Except in certain circumstances, you know, like the last 2 episodes where they ran out of money or something. Or ran out of time, one of the 2, you know. Or maybe I shouldn't even just say the last 2 episodes, but like by the end. Running out of stuff. And Slayers is kind of consistently a little... not like the worst in terms of production value, but clearly not on the same level. You're not wrong. I remember when the Plasmoid docs came out, like the first ones. What was it? Unearthed Arcanas. And it was just like, sweet, slime girls are playable. That seems to be the resounding thing I heard from the people around me. Although, I don't think we ever played with any play testing material, so it was kind of a wait for the actual one to come out to see what changes would be made. A magic item that made the DM gag. Now, is the DM wise to the tropes? Like, how bad was it? How bad could it have really have been? You want to be a slime girl, I want to be gelatinous cube, we are not the same. This kind of wraps around back to, like, Queen's Blade a little bit, like... Why can't the slime girl be gelatinous cubey too? A little bit. Oh, actually, that was floating around Twitter, wasn't it? Uh, Corrosive Slime Girl uh, comic. I think it was only a 3 or 4 panel. I think it was a 3 panel comic. I can't. I don't know if I can show it on Twitch. It might show too much skin. I say skin. It's kind of okay. It's not skin. At the same time, though, it's translucent, so it doesn't count as skin. Or like it doesn't count anyway. So yeah, just icky. mm. The party's front line is a Dex Ranger. Ooh. And Wildfire Druid Summon. Yeah, I get that. I did, well, it's similar, except I was not a gelatinous cube in a suit of armor. I was I was going to say a literal shrimp, but I was not a literal shrimp, but I was a short Triton. I was a short Triton in a suit of armor. Clank, clank. I had non-metal armor, and then I wanted to upgrade out of the base armor, so it was kind of a what the fuck's for sale, and ended up in like, you know, clank clank. Clank clank armor. No, I believe it was Silver Frond armor. I had like a big seashell, like clamshell type shield. That was my, not calling card, but like a bit more indication that like it looks not necessarily from around here. Because I was able to at least keep that, like, 2+ shield is a 2+ shield. I don't think we got a shield, magical shield, or an improved shield upgrade. Versus, like, the really expensive armor upgrade. Party full of wizards. I actually did play in a game where we were a bunch of level 1 wizards, except we had, I think, like, a single fighter. It was, like, 4 or 5 wizards and like maybe a fighter and a ranger or something like that to keep us safe. The fighter and the ranger, the frontliners were all like level 2 or 3. It was a tier 1 game, and the rest of us were like, it was Adventurers League style, so it was kind of a case of we're just gonna bring a random ass character, and I feel like being a wizard today, and then one wizard after another showed up. We were level 1. We didn't have a subclass or anything. I think one of them eventually turned to abjuration because of that entire scenario. We ended up also trading spells at the end. AL rules at the time. Like, using each other's work as cheat sheets and being, like, better wizards overall for it. We split off a little bit from there, but I don't think any of us... I don't think all of us made it out of tier 1. I don't know how many really made it to tier 2. I have watched the second season. I watched the movie for Konosuba. It's just been a number of years. It's been like 5 or 6 years. I feel like maybe not actually that much. I guess maybe only 4 years. It may have only been 4 years ago, but still, I binged it. So, and I've never played Dragon Quest, so I may have skimmed over that. It would be fun. It would have been fun to try a game where everyone was a cleric. That was one of the things I was kind of interested in. But I feel like that can be done with a lot of different groups. Where you can play the same class, but you diversify enough that it can still be interesting. Cleric is especially versatile. I feel like at that. Yeah, yeah. It was fun playing in a group with 2 bards once. They ended up with very different solutions to things, but I think it was also helped by the fact that they were the kind of bard that could... They were both, I think, actually, the same type of bard who could take spells from other classes I think it was a lore bard thing, maybe? So that especially helped them diversify. So they each picked up a spell that the other one could theoretically access, but they spent it on something else. So we ended up with a necromantic druid, not druid, bard. Necromantic bard. And he made use of those skills. First dragon fight at level 8. What kind of dragon can you fight at level 8? I'm thinking about like the stats. I canceled the subscription, but I still have access to it. Do I have access to it? What is the lowest CR? Granted, CR is kind of... CR is okay enough. Oh, actually. So I'm guessing at least an adult dragon, because I feel like fighting a wormling or something like that is... Or young dragon, I guess. Young dragon can work, because that is like CR 5 to 9? 5 to 9. Oh wait, nope, 10. Haha, oops. I skipped over the gold and red. So, that's quite the CR rank there. Like, change between 5 and 10. Magical secrets? Okay, so then, yeah. We didn't really... We were a little bit more on the RP than the, we didn't share that much internally, which ended up really cool, but also really kind of fucky. So we knew they were bards because they were singing. And that was how they were actually, the characters were in a band initially. But when it came to other things, it wasn't like, yes, I'm playing an X this. Unless it was extremely clear, like, someone's playing a Redemption Paladin because she was a... She was incredibly themed around that class. Have a good night, Real Redhead. Yeah, it is late. Shit. It is late. More so just... I still haven't finished the game. Adult silver? Oh. Wait, but you were... I'm not gonna say you can't fight a good dragon as a good party, or even a neutral party can do it, but like, good fighting good. There's still reasons to fight the silver dragon, but homunculus. Wait, oh, homunculus. Okay, I'm thinking of the wrong kind of homunculus. I'm thinking of the... Yeah. Initially, I was thinking more of like a FMA style homunculus versus like a more traditional like clay figurine that doesn't really have a soul kind of thing. Granted, like, I guess you could also call that for the FMA ones. Don't quote me on that. I haven't watched FMA. I haven't sat down and watched FMA. Full Metal Alchemist. But even if they don't have quote-unquote souls, they still have a lot of personality of their own, right? The homunculi in that series. So I was thinking more like that. Stolen from bits and bobs of people. Ah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. We are caught up there. Dragon Quest slimes are typically the first enemy in any game. I probably just equated them to like Ragnarok Online slimes because I remember those. Twin greater invisibility is disgusting. That's the one that doesn't go away when you attack, isn't it? Or is it? Okay. Yeah, that is absolutely gross, but also you have to play a sorcerer to get it, so you know trade-offs. I feel like people complain about sorcerer a lot. I haven't actually really played with too many of them. Sneak attack, sneak attack, sneak attack. Or more specifically, if you have an assassin, like that's a good use case for that. I think it's one of those classes that is really Not put in a high tier assassin. Okay, last card for this season, so to speak. I'll call it season from now on, I think. It's a little... There's 4 of them, 3 cards each. It's basically a month per. And round feels a little strange. Because, I guess, like, turn set? Like, a set of turns is a round. So, it's like a greater round? Aerial grappling of a dragon. Classic. Classic, classic, classic. Let he who is not jumped off a cliff doing a fucking grapple roll cast the first stone. I can't say anything because I actually have done that too. I have grappled... My character has grappled someone off a cliff. Okay. Mushroom. Mushrooms, I can't get rid of these. Fuck. I say that as yet. 72 cards still left. We're not going to get through any of that really, but just more of a case of this would double my mushroom. 8. That would be another 8 points. This is kind of worthless for me. This. That's 4 points for the neighbor. So I'm going to give him this. And this is... How much for the neighbor? Gives him a rose. He doesn't have anything that counts roses. 2. This might be the next best. Doesn't matter if he gets it. This really just leaves me with this as a play. I mean, it was absolutely justified because it was one of the moves I had set out to do. At the very beginning of the campaign, I had the option in I think the first session to do it, so it was kind of I'm going to do it as a splashy move. Literally splashy, because she was a sea elf grappler, so she grappled a human, I think, off a small cliff into the ocean, basically to make him say uncle. In the case of like, it was an actual fight, like he had a knife up against someone else, so it wasn't supposed to be like a super lighthearted thing. Sea elf, yeah. Hello, Krypton. Hello, Cliff Off. Hello, Cliff. I'm sorry. I read it first and like, oh wait, I can't read. I should be shortening the name. Oh, it's. I know it's late when I start seeing the Europeans start showing up. Oh. Celesta has a wonky exploit. It's almost 7. It's 7 a.m. on like a Saturday too. It's not like the clock is lying. It's more like, where is the day going? And the day is going to me playing card games. That's what the day is doing. Okay, so I played my last card. I have 2 set up here. So what we're going to do is grab 1, flip. Take 2 cards. 1 card. Put this in a proper pile. Flip. Shuffle. It's more like, I have some things to do, but then again, it is the weekend. But no, bro, it's like 2 a.m. That's not bedtime. Bedtime is more like 8 or 9 a.m. or up to midnight, depending on how, like, not midnight, noon, depending on how, like, spicy I feel. Yeah, we have to teach McGregor his place. Look at this fucker. Plus 10 stealth rolls in a fight with it. Oh, ambushing enemies without passive. Oh, bleh. Let me read up a little higher. Ambushing enemies with pass without trace means they don't know where you are until they pass perception. Dang, okay. Because otherwise that would, in a normal game, that would be like instant broken, right? Not instant broken, but instant broken stealth check by having pass without trace on, right? So, yeah. Yeah. I've seen pass without trace in action. I've been not thwarted, but I've been on the DM side with multiple people in the party with pass without trace on, or like as available spells. So kind of a yep. You guys are sneaking past anything you can. Yeah. Plus a couple other campaigns where it's like, okay, so multiple people have access to this, including the one who can literally just like walk in from one shadow to another, essentially. Up to a certain point, but that point was disgustingly big, I think. I would say we didn't playtest this, but at the same time, like, maybe they did. Maybe they did. Okay, end of round scoring. So we have 3 for every tree our neighbor has. Our neighbor has... Oh, wait, nope, that's not it. That's the wrong section. I need to be reading upper left. So no scoring. We score 1 for every one of those flowers. We don't have any. We have mushrooms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 points from that. That's it. Look at that. Easy. Yeah, well, I mean, you toss it on the rogue, but at the same time, it's kind of a case of everyone else becomes at the rogue's original baseline level, and the rogue just becomes super good, and kind of what can you do about that, huh? Were you, yeah, and you were in the suit of armor, so were you, like, disadvantaged, clank, clank? Yeah. Okay, how many points? Oh, shit. I just realized that, 1 point, 1 point, 2 fucking flowers. Okay, so there's 3 flowers, 6 points total. So he hits 10. Yeah. I can't say I also do not benefit from that. But there's still always the chance of failure. Still always a chance that you could roll double ones, and I guess it's a skill check, so there's no such thing as automatic failure, so it just becomes a 11 instead, and that's maybe not good enough, but at the same time, yeah, it's still 11. I feel like I actually have seen that happen. But there's been a lot of rolling logs, so. Like, what are the chances? What are the chances? Sorry for the cough. You can add superiority die to stealth? Is that one of your special things? I'm trying to remember. One of your is it battle tactics? Is that the name of it? One of your fancy bits? The battle master bits? Unless superior, wait. Yeah. But more specifically, like, there's a bunch of different options you can choose. Your tactics. Let me check. For my own sake. I played maneuvers, that's what it is. So I don't remember stealth one, but I also, like, absolutely just like, yeah, I'm not fucking passing any of that stuff. Ambush? Unless it was something that I completely missed early on. Yeah, I think I ended up going for, like, Commander Strike. And I remember I chose some options that allowed me to help other players get advantage because it really helps the rogue out in the party. Along with everyone else, but like if the rogue happens to be up next to the enemy. Or rather, they should get the advantage if I'm standing next to the creature, but if there's some other shenaniganry involved, like movement on the monster's part, it's still advantage. You're the only melee? It doesn't have to be... They can use a reaction to attack for Commander Strike, right? Oh, use its reaction to make one weapon attack. So... Yeah, I think I did Commander Strike to direct the rogue. It was like generally kind of like, okay, is anyone interested in getting like a free hit in? Calculate with the rogue really quickly. Like, is it worthwhile for you to toss that in? But I think that you can only use sneak attack once per. Oh wait! It's once per turn, but it's kind of per whose turn? I think that was the question, wasn't it? Like the exact wording. Yeah, I did trip a lot too. And goad. Yeah, so I think that was... Yep. It's not... They didn't patch it, so it's not broken. They would have patched it if they thought it was actually broken. It was meant to be that way. There were some, I think, odd cases in that campaign where, I think that the giving them advantage was still necessary. But I don't remember if the case was long distance or if it was more of a case of moving enemies, potentially. The rogue is supposed to be able to get sneak attack almost every turn. That's how it's supposed to be calculated. I feel like McGregor actually looks like, because I'm blocking the what he's holding, he looks like he's holding a gun. It looks a lot more threatening than what he's actually holding. If I really quickly hide the thing. The rules. He's just holding a rake. I mean, it would still hurt a lot, but a pole, that would be like that, I guess. Maybe like that. McGregor. McGregor. It's kind of a I feel like I've met people who look like that. Humans who look like that. Actually, now I think about it, oh, actually I have. Including the cap and everything. Depending on the type of cap that is exactly though, I might have one myself. Not as cranky? Not as cranky, no. Not exactly. Prof mod starts at 3, right? No, does it start at 2 or 3? Shit. What does your prof mod start at? Okay, starts at 2. But still. Between 2 to 6. 1 turn haste. Okay, so does that count as an action to do that? Like, giving the haste? If it's not an action, if it's just a free thing? Oh, it's a bonus action. Okay. Sorry, because if it's spending an action to give them, it's kind of if it's a bonus action, that's better. But it would be really fucking busted if it didn't cost anything. Just like once per. Okay, yeah. I have so many. Look at these beehives. I don't want this many bees. I can't give this up either, so it's kind of I'm gonna actually have to give one of these up. This is the best thing to give to him because we don't have any of those. Otherwise, bees. Bees are really cute, but they don't fit into my garden aesthetic here. Look at this garden. It's a mushroom garden. The bees aren't gonna like it. Aside from the roses, the zinnias, and the delphiniums. They're not gonna like the neighbors either. They've only got phlox and allium. Otherwise, it's fucking lawns. As far as lawns and walls and paths as far as the eye can see. Jesus Christ. Like, that's a not great bee lawn. Make them fit? Eh. How do you propose I make the bees fit? What am I supposed to do with the bees? Do I do roses? Do I count points for roses or do I just add roses? If I do this, it's gonna be like 4 points. If I do this, it's gonna be, I think it was like 5 points? I think this is probably the best. It's still kind of shit though. Put them right there. Thank you for the water and the posture check. I'll take it. Yeah, actually, earlier this week I showed a photo of one of the cute little bees I saw. I caught them one morning. I feel a little bad though because it was after I had basically like macheted my lawn. Macheted the lawn. It was in the rhododendron I had, that rhododendron shrub. Rhododendron bush. I learned the difference between a bush, well, a shrub, and a tree. Because there's kind of a, like, how do you define it? Like, what does rhododendron count as? Because I think of it as, it's kind of tree-like. It's, like, bigger than a bush. But it's not, like, a tree, it feels like. And it turns out that if it's got multiple stems coming out of the ground, that's a shrub. If it's, like, one trunk, it's a tree. Because, like, bonsai tree, that is a tree, even though it's small, right? So it's a way that maybe stem is not the right way to describe it for a shrub, but have a good night, Sasha. It makes sense with the way that I see into the rhododendron bush shrub. It's got a lot going on inside the plant. I say plant. Like the outside looks like a bush. So we played this. We're gonna play a random card from in here. Flip. Did I drop 2? Shit, I only dropped 1. I didn't see what it was, actually. It feels like cheating, but like I wasn't actually looking at what it was. The more you know. Just like you're not supposed to cut off more than 1/3 of your grass at a time, because otherwise it kills the grass. Ask me how I know. Rip lawn. It was growing so beautifully too. Yeah. I actually got told by... There's no HOA, but the neighborhood sent me a notice saying that I had to mow my lawn. I had to trim the garden, so it was kind of, if I don't want to have to pay money, I have to cut it. Yeah. They only do that, like... They only do it in very specific circumstances. They send those out. It's kind of, well, shit, there goes no mow May. Also, it's really hard to mow the lawn when it's that tall. That's why I bought a machete. Yeah. Yeah, they did. They don't like long grass, apparently. I described it previously as, basically, it was the length of my leg. Like, it could tickle. It was higher than my knees. It was higher than my knees. It was going to seed. Yeah. Yeah. It was really pretty, though. It was pretty. Yeah. Imagine. There were no weeds. There were no weeds. I don't think. You can't see the weeds. Define a weed. Define a weed. What is a weed? Did I put my... No, I didn't. Shit. I didn't even look. I was reading chat, thinking about, like, what makes a weed? Something that's unwanted. Most of what I think of weeding... Any plant... Yeah, the lawn doesn't suffer from weeds, really. I actually didn't really have any, like, dandelions or anything when I cut it down. Those I take care of in other areas. They don't really happen in the lawn. I know I have a poke plant, but that's not in the lawn. They can't see that. And also, I think I've actually managed to deal with it. And I want to say the biggest weed that I deal with of all is... Oh, wait, I guess there's 2. One, there's something that tries to strangle my air conditioners. I haven't dealt with that yet this year, actually. And 2, oak plants. Baby oak plants. I hate them so fucking much. They appear everywhere. Those are the real weeds, and they're so fucking annoying to get out after they've grown so big. Like, if you don't catch them when they're less than a month old, you're fucked. What do you mean? So they don't really pop up in the lawn. They pop up in other places. So I have, I think, one now that's growing out of a particular bush because it hid in the bush until it got so big. Yeah? Yeah, it's some sort of climbing vine-ish type thing that, it's... I remember looking it up, actually. It was really neat. There was basically a GIF of how it works. It's... If I have to find out what the plant was again. It's actually trying to strangle a hydrangea I have too. So it just kind of like grows up and it kind of whirls around its tendrils slowly. Like you can't necessarily see this, but if you fast forward through, if you have it recorded for like a day, you can see it happening. It like whirls through until it touches something and then it latches onto it and basically strangles it as it climbs up. So a bit like a bean plant, really. Except the bean plants are fine because you can eat them, but this thing... It also actually grows a little bit around the plant. So it was really annoying to get off the hydrangea because I had to actually be very careful and delicate in cutting it off. Yeah. There's also ivy still that I have to cut from the neighbor's invasion. And that one also is very sticky. There's a lot of sticky vines have to be kind of a little sticky in some manner to function. But damn. Yeah, I've got at least 3 or 4 different vines that are invading. Some I can't really do anything about, like the ivy of my neighbor's. That's hers. I just cut it off when it overreaches its bounds. And then there's the one that's the weed that I don't know if I can actually reach at the source because of its position. The best I can do is like hack it down because otherwise I have to like climb... Weirdly enough, under the air conditioner? I'm not really looking forward to doing that. Really not. Not that deep into it. But yeah. Vines are crazy. I still haven't dropped 2 cards. Fuck, I keep talking and not playing. We're gonna look at the card. What is the... Okay, if I have this hovered over, I can't see what's on the bottom. So, that's 4 points. Okay, I'm gonna give him this one. I know it's kind of better for us, but I'm hoping it's gonna come back to us. Oh wait, we have to draw 2 cards, 1 card. Shuffle. I gotta do it at some point. Yeah, at some point. At some point. I'm really hoping to actually do a lot of renovation in the future in the garden. So, at that point, maybe. At that point, I think. There's a lot of work to be done, so maybe then. Okay. We only have 2 more cards to play. We got mushrooms back, and 3 for every path. We have 2 paths. That's 6 points, and it adds a mushroom. Then there is... Yeah. This one is points for leaves and points for a flower we don't have, so that's only 3 points. This is whatever. So we're gonna play this very clearly. This is our mushroom garden. And we're gonna grab 2 cards to give to him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 10 points. Shit. Versus 2, 3. He has shit. Mushroom. Do we give him this one? No, this feels like it's the worst one to give because it gives him... Actually, it's 2 points. And then 4 points. 5 points. Okay, that's not so bad. 3 for everyone. That's... God, that's a lot of fucking points. Sorry, it's 3 points, I believe. Let me double check the rules here. Like 3 points for every wall. I have so many tabs open. But yeah, so 3 points for every wall. If I give him this wall, that's 3, 6, 9. Okay, again, 3, 6, 9. That's 27 points in wall. That's disgusting. It just wasn't set up. It was set up on the me GIF. Oh no, actually it was. It wasn't actually. It was set on the Kirby Cat. It was set on Kirby Cat. 42. What? The answer to life, the universe, and everything? Is that what it is? This is gardening. This has nothing to do with that. We're at war with the universe here. There's only 2 cards left for him to play. And there's a chance he might not get any of these. I feel like this might be the least worst, considering how gung-ho we are for mushrooms. So we're gonna give him that. You have chickens? There's a Kickstarter and they included chickens in the Kickstarter thing for this. What kind of chickens do you have? I was a little tempted to get chickens once upon a time, but cats are enough work. Cats are enough work. So we gave 2 cards. We placed one down. Wait, did we place one down? Shit, we didn't place one down. We're gonna place one down. So he only has 1 card left. We take 1 card, take 1 card, and then we flip. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Fat ones? Just like, I know that there are breeds of chicken, but I guess not every chicken has to be a breed, right? I know about like Rhode Island Reds and, what is it? The Easter Eggers and stuff like that. So like big, like Leghorn type. Big fat chickens. They're a little scary, too. They're a little scary. I say that as if, kind of, I guess, is there anything I'm not afraid of? It feels like, huh? If I say chickens are scary. But wait, they're little dinosaurs. They're supposed to lay eggs? Yeah, but some chickens are actually not as good at laying eggs as others. Some really aren't. So we have 1 more card left. Do we add a lawn card? Also, I guess we only have 5 cards to pick from. I guess we don't have to worry about whatever we give away now, because it doesn't really matter. So I'm going to actually move these over, because I don't think there's a point to me keeping these 2 cards around. Because he doesn't have any mushrooms, and he only has 2 flowers. It's like 2 points for that card. And I guess it gives me flowers, or roses too, actually. Hold on. 1, 2. It adds 4 points on. We can't give that card away. I mean, we can, but like, it's not something that we're going to use. We don't have anything that counts on that. And this is a lawn, and it gives us a point for every one of those. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 semi count points for roses. It's not the worst, but it's not great. So, shuffle, shuffle. Draw a card. What is the last card? Okay. Could be worse. I'm gonna dump these back in my hand real quick. Do you have turkeys too? I don't actually know if I've seen a turkey in a while, except for wild ones occasionally. Thinking about it though, now, kind of a case of, maybe the geese have kind of frightened me on birds, on large birds. I spent some time in the old country. I actually, I shouldn't really speak about the old country. Shouldn't speak about the old country. Forbidden years. But yeah, geese are bullies to small creatures. Or even large creatures. I'm 335 years old. A lot of that time was spent in the old country, and I can't really talk about those years. Forget I said anything. Assholes. Yeah, they are. And just thinking, it's always tempting for Christmas dinner to make goose instead of other birds. I have no use for making goose. That's just a lot of meat. But at the same time, the goose fucking deserves it. The goose deserves it. Okay, points. The only points we count right now are for flowers, roses. 1, 2, there's 4 points. I think I fucked that up. I was at what, like 18 points? Shit. How many? 18. Okay, I was at 18. 22. Speaking of being, just like 18 plus 4. Easy. Easy, right? I kind of mentally blocked on that there. I mentally blocked on it. Okay. Those are all the ends of season points. So for this, 2 for every one of those symbols. We don't have any of that. And 1 for every one of those 2 symbols. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 points. And then for greens, he's only got 2. So 7 points. As far as I can see. 17. Easy. Geese attacking golf. Is that really something that they do? Do they help in their attacking? Like, do they push it in the right direction, or do they, like, push into a water trap or a sand trap? Because, like, maybe they're just trying to be helpful. They know how to play the game. What is the other option? Counting big points. Big points. So. Right, I was going to use a calculator for this. I wonder if there's... Oh, wait, there's notebook? Wait, I can type the points in here? I didn't know this. I've used Tabletop Sim for a couple of years, like on and off, and it's just kind of a shit. There's a notebook. Excellent. Just tell me that. I know there's drawing tools because people like drawing on tables if they have the chance. So what happens if I don't really play golf? All I've done is like mini golf and driving range stuff, and it's been a very long time. How do like when the ball falls into a water trap, what happens? Do you just kind of like set up right by where the water trap was? Like where it fell in? How do you recover? So, 3 points for... Okay, here's where we actually need the scoring reference sheet, which is on the side here. Scoring reference. So... 3 for every tree in one of my both of my neighbors' gardens, but we only have one neighbor. So how many trees does he have? He doesn't have any trees. 2 lawns. 4 paths. 2 walls. No trees. That's not my fault. I don't think I had enough trees to go around. So 0 points there. I'm gonna do this in kind of order. So 1 for every green and 1 for every mushroom. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then mushrooms we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 13 points. Next one is 4 if I have a mushroom path. And I have 1 of those. Next row. 9 if I have more trees than my neighbor. I do actually, wait. The exact wording of that one is 1 or more. Okay, yeah, so I have a tree. So that's 9 points. Next one is take an extra stroke. There's a pre-marked area. Also, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry for that cover up. Have a good night, Garment. So I guess, yeah, they have pre-marked areas for each, like, I guess depending on how big the water is. Like, that could be kind of far from the marked area, right? But I suppose at the same time, maybe I have a wrong sense of how big a golf course is? So second row, second card, there's nothing. Third one, 2 points for every rose. 1, 2, 3. We have 4 roses, so that's 8 points. Wait. Just gonna make a dash. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's been a very long time. Very long time. Mushrooms. 3 for every tree the neighbor has. The neighbor has 0 fucking trees. I guess I should just mark, like, 0s for that instead of a dash. Next one is a dash. Next one is 1 for every mushroom. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mushrooms. And it's also 1 for every one of those flowers. We only have 1 of those, so it's 10 points. Last row. Nothing. 3 for every path. We have 2 paths? 2 paths. So that's 6 points. And we get 1 for every stone that we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 whole points. That's my score. Well, actually. Now for McGregor. Now for McGregor. Okay. I wanted to double check some math real quick on this. Kind of did I count 8 mushrooms the first time or 9 mushrooms? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Okay. 3 for every wall the neighbor has. Neighbor has 0. 9 points if you have more grains. So they had 2 and we had 3. We had 4. So actually 0, 0. 2 for every beehive the neighbor has. We have nothing. We do not fit in that category. We did not do a single beehive, did we? We did not do a single beehive. I actually haven't been playing with all the categories, I feel like. I've been avoiding walls thematically. But the beehive has just been, they haven't fit into the organization. I kind of want to do some card counting after this to see, like, how much of each different category is there? I feel like that would change playstyle drastically if I knew. Second row, nothing. 1 for every stone, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points. Fuck. Last one is 3 points for every wall. There are 2 walls? There's only 2 walls. Only 2 walls, so that's 6 points. Third row. 9 points? I don't know if you can see when I do like the counting, like if you can just see the eye movement of glazing over, counting different spots. Okay, so it was 9 points, then 3 points for every wall. There's 6 points. Next one is 3 points for every wall the neighbor has. We have 0. No bees. The pollinators are gone. Mushrooms instead. I think it was lion's mane mushroom the other night. It was really weird. It was really tasty. I thought it had cheese in it. It did not. I think I already said that. I may have already said that because I had it on Tuesday, I think. Yeah, so I may have already talked about it, but yeah. Really tasty mushroom. It was kind of I need to see if I can grow this myself. Lion's mane. I know that some of the other common mushrooms for growing are what, shiitake and I think hen of the woods maybe? Maitake? Like shiitakes would be fine to grow. It's just, why would I grow that if I could buy it easily? No, lion's mane. That's more like enoki. Lion's mane is... Let me grab up a photo of lion's mane. I don't think it's in the game here because they do have some other ones, but... Oh, when you say stringy, maybe it's because of the form factor I saw it in? I need to actually look up mushroom. Fuck. Okay, there's a picture of one from a particular source, and this looks close to what I had. However, it doesn't give, I guess, like a bigger look at how they tend to be, I guess. And looking at the pictures is kind of a, So yeah, I guess you're actually kind of right. They do look stringy because they look... Let me get another photo up for this. Why? Oh, why is it tiny? Okay. Warning, pictures of mushrooms. So here's one mushroom. This is kind of close looking to what I ate, I guess. It didn't look super hairy after it had been cooked. But I guess it also looks like furry is the word. It looks furry. But it was really tasty. It was really tasty. I guess if you like cheese, but you can't eat cheese for reasons, like this would not be the worst. If you can somehow, if you like mushrooms, like this would not be a bad replacement. Kind of like, I guess, a little bit of like truffle oil in terms of just, you could use a sparing amount and get a lot of flavor if you like the flavor. Yeah, they look like weird pom-poms. Yeah, that wasn't the thing I wanted to do. I wonder if I can find a photo of something like where it's cooked. Because it doesn't really look like that when it's cooked, and I mean, it doesn't look super strange. Maybe I just have a higher tolerance I mean, like in some of the pictures, it kind of looks like it's like not shallots, cauliflower nearly, honestly. I wonder if I can grab, come on, let me look at the photo. Let me look at the photo. I just want to see photo really big. Okay, it's kind of a low quality version, but like this. Like, it looks like cauliflower, sort of. The one that I had looked a bit more like chicken or lobster is probably closer. Like, it had the texture of lobster. It looked a little closer to like a mixture of lobster and chicken. But yeah, kind of lobstery texture. Which I guess is another kind of divisive thing. Like, do you like seafood? So it's kind of do you like seafood that tastes like very strong cheese that happens to be a mushroom? That's a bunch of stuff that's probably like flags for a bunch of people. And it's kind of I like all those things. There's no problems here. I feel like it's a much easier to digest texture than wood ear mushrooms, for instance. Like, I could see people being put off by wood ear. And some other mushrooms, but wood ear can be a little, like, slimy and chewy, I guess, if it's not prepared right. But it's really good as a mapo tofu ingredient. So we're on the 4th. So that was 3 for every tree that the neighbor has. Neighbor has 1 tree, so that's 3. Yeah, mapo tofu. I haven't actually made it in a very long time. Maybe I'll make it this summer. I made a huge batch of mapo once, and also I made it in 2 varieties. I made it like more traditional with the pork and tofu, and maybe a little bit of mushroom. And I also made it like a vegetarian one. I was happy enough with how it came out. It was a little happier when like someone who had eaten it had come up to me and been like, oh, that was really they complimented me on it, and they gave me like a fermented bean curd packet for like, oh, try using this next time. And like, I already used that, but free bean curd. Oh, was it bean curd? Yeah, I think it was just fermented beans. Fermented black beans. But not... There's a specific name for the type of black bean. Kiritsugu? Yes, because that's... how I feel like a lot of... You see someone eat something that seems tasty and they seem to really like, and you try it, right? That's how these sorts of things get around. I say as thinking about the food that I've eaten because of seeing it in shows. Cornets. Does that count? I mean, it's a sweet. Same with the like red bean fish paste, taiyaki stuff. And I guess those are all sweets. Do they really count? Because it's always easy to eat sweets, but it's harder to eat things that are maybe a little bit more outside your wheelhouse. Goya shampoo. Had that because of Samurai Champloo. Because of the name. What? Do you eat it from the top or the bottom? I eat it from the top? Because eating it from the bottom is kind of weird? Yeah, I eat it from the top. I know that whole trick about like taking the butt and like plugging it into the top or something. What is the top, bro? It's... I actually have the metallic... I really wanted to make cornets myself once. I still have the metal forms for making it. I just haven't actually done it. And I can tell you, the place that you put the stuffing into, that is the top. The place you put the stuffing in is the top. You don't put it at the closed end or the more closed end. Although then again, thinking about like, okay, so a bird. I guess it's the more open end is the top. Actually, is it? Is it different when it's a bird? Melon bread? Melon pon? I've had melon pon, but it never leaves a really big impression on me. I've eaten natto. because of well, not because of a specific anime, but just like that's one of those things, right? I'm not going to comment on that. I had more of a texture with the slimy stringiness of it, I think, than the flavor. But I think that might just be the common thing that foreigners have with it. They're not used to the texture. Like the beans themselves, the texture, I guess is fine. It's just like the accoutrements to the bean was a little off-putting. I don't think I finished it, but I don't think I got a huge serving either. I don't think I finished it. I don't remember. It's been so long. So 3 points for that and no points for the rest. Thinking about... Natto might... There's... I tried natto, didn't like it. I only tried it the once though, and I do know that there's a... Not a rule necessarily, but oftentimes you have to try something more than once to like, enjoy it. And I found that to be true with other things. Like, I didn't start off liking wine, and I still don't like beer, but I feel like I've given beer a lot of chances. Or rather, I don't like certain types of beer. I do like some beer, just not the ones that are very stereotypically beery. So, like, I didn't start liking wine, but I like wine now, and it's kind of a case of maybe I should give natto another go to see if I actually really dislike it. Or maybe my tastes have changed over the years. It's been, I feel like, at least 5 years since then. So maybe I've grown into adult tastes. Although I was an adult then and I'm an adult now, so. Okay, now I have to do more math. Fuck. I thought I was being smart by doing it this way. So. So 55 points for me, plus 22. 77 points. Come on, let me hit the button. Thinking about if there's one thing that I don't think I'm ever going to eat again, ever. There's a couple things I remember not really enjoying. I didn't like the raw horse, or cooked horse was, it was still too chewy. I didn't like the texture, like very chewy. I'd be willing to try horse again, just at a better place, maybe. A better place. Sea urchin. I'm not certain if I'm cut out for sea urchin. I tried that once. The texture again. I like generally seafood. I'm not a fan of like oysters or clams. Clam juice is fine though. But I think I still sometimes eat them. Sometimes. But sea urchin and maybe a radicchio. But I think that's more of like a genetic thing like cilantro. I swear. There's something wrong with radicchio. It tastes insanely bitter to me. I've only had that happen once before. Oh, one thing I don't think I'm going to eat again. I don't know if they were produced. Let me see if I can find a picture of them. These were a mistake. I think I've actually talked about them before. Okay, I need to spell it correctly. They made Peeps Oreos. And they have some sort of red dye in them. And other people think that they taste fine. They taste sweet. They taste like Peeps. There's something about the dye that makes them taste chemically bitter to me. And I feel like it's the same sort of thing that's in Radicchio. It's just awful. I think Radicchio is supposed to be... Radicchio, I should actually explain what Radicchio is, if people aren't familiar. Radicchio. Thank you, Parag, for the raid. How are you doing? You're playing Dark Souls, right? Elden Ring, shit. I had 2 guesses. I had 2 guesses. How did it go? I was just talking about things I dislike. Wait, is this really? No. Sorry, I'm looking at a picture. I'm going to bring it up in a second. I just wanted to make sure I don't accidentally show things in ads that I shouldn't show on Twitch, because that has happened already today, I think. Showing up Tanto Quarry cards and not realizing, this is a Queen's Blade art guy. Oh, also, I know it's late. If you need to go off to sleep, I understand. Not everyone's a night owl. But so if you've ever had Radicchio, it's a green, but it's not actually green. It's red. I don't know if these are all Radicchios. I've only ever had the like really red ones. The Can I bring up like a... I do have like a stupid little thing I can use here. How big did I make it? Oh, wait, no, that's never mind, that's not it. So there's the one on the middle left and the very middle. I've had those. And maybe like the one, basically the red ones. And there's something about them that is incredibly bitter to me. I've had them twice, thinking first time like, oh, maybe it was just a weird one. It's kind of been like, I'd rather not even have to eat that. I like some bitter things, but these were overwhelming and bad. And I think it might actually be because of the color. I was kind of wondering, is it something to do with the same sort of thing that's in Peeps, the Peeps Oreos? Yeah, I guess some people can taste dyes. Certain dyes. Cilantro's fine though. Either that or I like the taste of soap. I'm not certain which. I'm kind of assuming that it's simply that I don't have that gene. Tanto Core? I haven't played that in a while. I've last played on a stream probably like a year ago. 50-50 chance. I feel like I've seen you play or like do one or two other things on stream. Oh, right, because you were playing the new Doom Warhammer shooter thing. I remember paying attention to that and being like, oh god, this is a lot of like bursting meat bubbles essentially of enemies. There was a lot of squelching, and I could hear a lot of things going on that made me actually wonder, like, is there... I felt like I heard a lot of, like, maybe whispering's not the right word, but a lot of additional noises that made me question whether I was really alone in the room. That was just last week, right? Is that Bolt Gun? I've seen a lot of people playing that one. I was calculating my points and then talking about food that I hate. But yeah, I think natto I'm willing to try again. Radicchio, probably not. Probably not. Sea urchin, really probably not. Sea urchin also has the problem of it being, like, expensive. Like, I'm gonna pay $30 for, maybe not $30, but, like, a stupid amount of money for something that I don't think I'm gonna eat. After already giving it 2 chances before. Yeah. I don't need help in hearing voices from, like, the corners of my garden. I get enough of that during the day. Okay, points. There were 17 points. Okay, 9 plus math. My highlight. 9 plus 6 plus 3, 33. Wow, actually that's, wait, 33 plus 17. Hold on. That's a little bit worse. Like, ah, shit. I think we did even worse than last time. What was my score? I should look up what my score was last time. I didn't save it. But I'm doing this the hard way. 27 points ahead. I can do that much math in my head. I can do this much math in my head. 27 points. Fuck. That's not enough for a medal. Let's double check the rules. All right, I'm playing Flourish against McGregor. McGregor's the NPC in the corner. He's got a garden down here. Let me see. Am I sure it's 27? What do you can't gaslight me into math. It's 27, isn't it? You can't gaslight me in simple math. 75 minus 50 is 25. Add 2 more points. That's I can it's not that bad. I was playing math games, was it earlier this week? Some very basic math games, so slightly brushing up. Look, if you don't use it, you lose it. I haven't had to do a huge amount of math in a while. And lately a lot of it's been taken care of by being able to just tell the computer to do it. Tell the computer to do it. You won't always carry a calculator in your pocket. Yes, you will. For the rest of your fucking life, you're gonna have a calculator in your pocket. Unless there's some sort of disaster. But there'll probably still be calculators lying around. Unless it's one of those EMPs, right? Unless it's an EMP. Then we have bigger issues than math. Probably. Or math is the biggest issue. I'm not certain which. So yeah. I'm gonna drop the score sheet. Let's see. Where's the score sheet? You get the full view of McGregor. What medal did we win? We got closer. I think we only had 26 points before, so we almost got a bronze, but not quite there. There's an EMP. Do EMPs do physical damage? I have to be honest, most of my knowledge about EMPs came from the webcomic Sluggy Freelance. Is that still ongoing? I feel like it is. I feel like I just looked it up a while ago. Yes. In fact, Sluggy's still up. Holy shit. It's still ongoing. Oh, okay. It's 1 comic a week right now because of ongoing stuff, but he did just update a few days ago. Like, how many days ago? Tuesday. So I guess it's a Tuesday comic right now. But yeah, if you... real quick trip down history lane. real quick trip to make up for the fact that it's kind of a, again, I didn't win a medal in the solo play against a NPC. We did not beat the board well enough to earn a medal. But we kind of made a nice garden, sort of. Mushrooms. Look. Delicious. Edible. Really valuable, actually. Look at them. These are the morels. We have a morels in our garden. That's worth more than any sort of medal, right? Thank you. Thank you, 30,000 confused bees. Let's see. And our neighbor has a garden with a lot of lawn and a lot of walls and a lot of paths. He's got chives. Chives. Poppies. Oh, actually, I shouldn't be talking shit about the morels. He's got a poppy field. A poppy set. This is... I see what kind of thing that we're running here actually now. The mushroom garden next to the poppy lawn garden. This is the party neighborhood, I guess. What do we need to make it like a final party garden? I just realized how many mushrooms. We had 4 mushrooms and then the mushroom path. Bees. He has bees. I feel like I should watch the Wickerman. Is he on drugs during the bees scene? Or is it literally just bees? I feel like, don't worry about spoilers for me. I do not. God, how long has the movie been out? 15, 20 years? Even longer? Was it in the 90s? You've never seen... I've never seen it either. 2006! So under 20 years. The movie is 17. The movie is 17, right? Not yet graduated college. The character, maybe the actor, probably. A job's a job. If it helps him and it helps him. He doesn't get caught. Or it's not illegal. Fair play to him. 17, yes. Yeah, well, I mean, Wicker Man is a remake of another movie, isn't it? Like, there's a 1973 one, and then there's a 2006 one, and how many? That's it? Just the 2, I guess. And it's based on a novel. Oh, wait, no. Horror film came first, the British one, then the novel. Years later. Damn, how old is this? Oh, this is actually kind of cool. Sorry, I'm looking at the Sluggy Freelance website. And he's got a neat parallax effect on here. But it's kind of a... at first it was kind of a... The Immortal King? Is this an ad? And I assure you that, like, you can see the very top, I think, of my bar. You're not missing this is the way it's supposed to be laid out, I guess. What, the gamer? I finished my game. I made a mushroom garden next to my neighbor's poppy lawn. And we didn't win a medal, but I guess we're having fun anyway, despite that. So I was checking out an old webcomic, which was where I learned about EMPs. How... Can I look at the calendar for... Oh god, that's right. There's a very long history to this comic. If I look up the calendar, if I hop back to... What do you mean it only goes to 2000... Okay. Kind of, what the fuck? The comic is older than 2012. I stopped reading it in, like, 2005. I think. Maybe later. No, maybe more like 2007. Maybe? It's hard to tell. I know what arc I finished on, or stopped at, because It was a problem. Old webcomics. What is... That's actually the earliest. What was the first comic? Ah, right. Oh, look how green this is. Oh. This is neat. I actually have a stuffed animal of the rabbit. With the knife and everything. Actually, I probably still have him, maybe? I have a few copies of the books too, but not a huge amount of them. In 2005, you were playing with Lego? In 2005... 2005. What was I doing then? Spending a lot of time in a library, I think. A lot of time in a library. Let's see. Nerd? Yeah? I've read a lot of trash. I've read a lot of trash. And also a lot of just random other things. It's really fun walking through the stacks and picking out books and just kind of sitting there. And I guess you're kind of blocking, but at the same time, if there's no one there who's going to pick a book, does it really matter if you're standing there in the aisle reading? There's some really neat things in the reference libraries too, and now it feels like, oh, a lot of that is moved to be online now, hasn't it? But I also can't really complain because you can still go down to the library and get things. And I have been feeling the itch to have printed material again instead of everything on computer screen. It's been killing me. Not having like printed music sheets for things. An aisle reader, yeah. When it comes to the library, yeah. I was very familiar with it. I wouldn't do that in a bookstore. I would find an actual place to sit and I wouldn't read the entire thing. I would just read enough to see if I'm interested in buying it. Then I'd buy it or not. I don't sit and read an entire book in the Barnes and Noble or the Borders or Walden Books. If you're that. When did Walden Books go out of business? Maybe the fact that I can say like Walden Books. I know Borders is way gone. I remember buying a bunch of manga when that went out. A bunch of Tokyo Pop. Walden Books. Are they still in business? Nope. They ceased in 2011. They ceased in 2011. It was a bookstore. I don't know what an Indigo is. I'm guessing a local bookstore. A bunch of manga in the Barnes. Yeah, no, I bought if I thought I was interested in it. Also, like, some of them were wrapped. So what can you do? You're not going to unwrap it in the bookstore, are you? There's also a few specialty stores that I got things from. Now that I think about it, actually, yeah. Okay, that explains it. It might be a regional thing. I might just not be in the region for it. I actually had a physical copy. I had a physical copy that I bought of Lord of the Rings once upon a time. Then I lent it to a friend. I think I got it back many years later, but when I lent it, I guess I had stopped in the middle of the series. And so it's kind of do I really want to restart it? And the answer was no, I didn't I did not. I did finish The Hobbit, but that was only one book. Only one book. Can I access a different... Oh, wait. Can we go by book? Poing, poing, poing. Okay. What? Okay, just kind of a... Wow, this is laid out a little differently than I expected. What happens if I choose, like, next chapter? Oh, wait, whoa. Huh. This is the introduction of that character. That is the introduction of that calendar. I do wonder if I can... I wish I could just jump... Actually, can I just do Niftypedia? Nifty search? I look up for something and then at the same time it's kind of a... do I look up the right person? How much has changed? Storyline presentation? Major storylines? Okay, Oasis. Precision screwdriver kit? That only 2 years isn't so bad. Mine was more like a decade. Mine was more like a decade. She had my copy of Lord of the Rings and I had one of her tarot decks. I think I still have that tarot deck. I couldn't find it at the time when she gave me back the Lord of the Rings copy. I just... ads. Okay, fine. I do have ad blocker up. I don't really know why it's not ad blocking. Why does it not ad block properly? Why? If I just... Okay. Pull it down real quick. Just looking at the ad more in detail, it's kind of a... Why am I getting shoe ads? Are those men's shoes? What the fuck? Oh, but I know I get some of these other ads. That's so weird. I mean, not weird, but it's just kind of a... because of my name, ha. Evening primrose oil supplements, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, it's not for that reason. You block origin. I just have ad blocker, and I guess it doesn't do... Yeah, I have ad block. It's not doing enough. It does not do enough. Apparently. It's enough to get, like, noticed on, like, news sites and stuff, I guess. Doop, doop. Let's add that real quick. Thank you for the note. Thank you for the posture check in the water. Let me... Can I use it right away? Excellent! No more dumb ads. Thank you very much. So yeah, that ad blocker was not strong enough. That character? Look, okay, so there's... Where was it? Is there... Can I, like, directly look at the... It doesn't provide a link directly to the comic where all this shit happens? What is the point? Maybe if I look up this instead. I guess it is. So yeah, I distinctly remember, like, this plot. Dated 2002. Look, it was cool. It was cool back then. Wait, is that it? No. Oh, that's the end. Okay. Oops, spoilers. Yeah, he was doing some really neat... Oh, this is actually kind of cool. Another parallax effect, but more specifically this kind. And it blur. Wait, no, it doesn't blur. But I guess it's also kind of a. That's really. The fire effects. I can see how it was made. Very distinctly. So yeah, artistic period. Shh. Well, I was reading my not emo comics, but like. Look, webcomics went through periods, okay? Webcomics went through periods. This was early days. What other comics were running in 2002? Seriously, what other comics were running? Oh, actually, that's right. This one, I think, was colored by someone I know. As in someone I have actually met in other circumstances. Because he did a big color piece every Sunday. But I guess that was later, not this early. Oh, right. Finding Santa. But yeah, what other comics were running in 2002? What other webcomics, more specifically? Or I can even make it 2003. 20 years ago, what was the state of webcomics? What was the state of webcomics in 2003? Penny Arcade? American Elf? What other ones do I know? There's Questionable Contents, Softer World. Was that really? Oh, it started then. Okay. Dinosaur Comic. It's kind of a Dinosaur Comics is that old? But at the same time, like, yeah, okay, I guess it's that old. I guess, yeah, it makes sense. Order of the Stick. People still read that. Is that still ongoing? I feel like it is. I never read Order of the Stick, personally. But I know other people who have. And these are just the ones that started. What about early webcomics, real quick? Witches and Stitches, 1985. Yeah, what about Italia? Was Italia? Oh, yeah. Italia was a webcomic first. Yeah. Bro. yeah. Before it got the OVA series. Or I guess you would call it OVA series before it got the shorts, the web shorts. I believe actually when he was publishing at least part of it, he was in the US too. I think it definitely evolved over the years though. But I don't think it really got popular until around when the Ona was made. Ona sounds weird. Ona sounds weird to say, but original net animation, what's the other short for it? And there was a very specific category, a look of Ona. Very flash animation. Kind of chibi-ish flash animation. I'm not certain how... This is probably a bad search. There's a distinct look to it. Maybe they didn't suffer from it? Maybe they had a higher budget. Just Ona. Where are you gonna store all the Onas? When I think of it, I think of Naruto Sensei, because Naruto had a really cheap Ona look. If I could find... I wonder if they pretty much, like, mind wiped it, because it was basically just a pre-runner to see if people were interested in an actual video. Because looking at, like, one of the screenshots I can see for this, and it's kind of, man, it wasn't even, like, this good quality. It was way worse. So what I'm seeing for not Hetalia. Naruto, since Naruto is like this, and like, no, this must have been a later show. This must have been a later show. It was not even this good. It was Flash, wasn't it? Come on, someone has to have a just thinking, someone has to have a copy of it somewhere, right? Of course. Just a screenshot, just a smidgen of a screenshot, please. Maybe I'm spelling it wrong? Why is it gone? Why can't I find it? Why can't I find it? It totally existed, right? Hold on. It actually did exist, right? Naruto. Crawling with Love. Yeah, Hayore Naruto-san. It was in original video animation 2009, and what do you mean TBA? It came out. It came out. It totally came out. I think I've only watched the first season of it. By that I mean the Remember My Mr. Lovecraft. I also watched the I guess OVA they called it instead of Onna, but like it was, I guess if I look up that word instead. If I look up OVA Flash, it still looks really high quality compared to what I saw. Unless they're only looking at like the openings and the endings. Because they gave like actual animation to that, and then the rest was kind of like not quite popsicle stick, but kind of close to popsicle stick Flash animation. There's one place I feel like I might be able to find it yet, but at the same time, it's kind of, I'm not going to subject you to that. I won't subject you to Crunchyroll. Also, I might get bonked for that, actually. Misrepresented OP songs? What do you mean misrepresented? All I remember is... Okay. I can't say it with the music in the backgrounds, but... What is it? Da 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 hey yeah da da da, kind of like that. If I had the lyrics, I could remember my Lovecraft Sensei OP lyrics, and then the ending was really cute, like do something chuwata chudana be with you. Gay horse. Okay, yeah. I could see that. I could see that. What was the name of the opening? Naruto. Sanchi Pinchi? Was it this one? Hold on. Shall we creep? Wait, blah. Hold on. Do I have this up? Oh, you can see it. Actually, shit. You can see it! Fuck. More of a case of... How does this go? Actually, you know what? Maybe it's on Spotify. The name is... Koi wa Chaos. It is. Hold on. Hopefully it's not gonna be too loud. No, I was thinking of something else, actually. I'm thinking, I guess, of the second opening. Yeah. Is this really the first one? Oh, this is W. Never mind, this is a different one. Hold on. I'm thinking of the first one, I think. Yarko. I'm thinking of Taiyo Iwaku. This one instead. Yeah. Wait, whoa. What's he mean what's two? Okay, this is Moeo Chaos. All I have is the access to... Okay, Taiyo Iwaku. The only one I have access to is the remix. I'll have his... Wait. Unless this is appropriate? I feel like this might be the wrong copy. But this one is definitely the wrong copy, but I'm still familiar with it. This is the remix. Yeah. Yeah. Let's yeah. Ikuyo kamigami. Katachi nuru nuru ikyo to mireraba. So yeah, there's an entire like quote unquote speed trance set of CDs. That they at first it was really cool, and then by the end it was kind of a are you even changing the singer out? Bandori? I don't know what Bandori is. Just looking at the other covers. Just looking at all the other covers of this. Spotify is enlightening. Spotify is enlightening. But yeah. It's sometimes... Okay. Rhythm game. I've been trying to practice some songs at like half speed or 3/4 speed if they're in foreign languages, and this is one of those ones where it's kind of a yeah, have to take it at slow speeds. And I feel like for rhythm games there really is no option for that, is there? Like, can you ever... I guess it depends on the rhythm game, like if you're able to play things at like half speed or 3/4 speed. Super helpful. I was doing that for the Kujibiki Unbalance opening, like trying to get my mouth and tongue around the opening line, because it goes by really quickly for that. What is the opening line for Kujibiki Unbalance? Kujibiki. Not that I'm gonna ever like sing that, I feel like, because that's a lot of stuff that I don't know. What was it? Okay, first I have to actually find a copy that has the opening section where it's the chant. That's not it either. Give lyrics. Give me real lyrics. With Romaji, please, because I can't do the rest. They all start with Futori no Hato Balance, which is kind of a... Yeah, you're not including the other section of it. Unless you want them to show all squished together. I haven't really played rhythm games since DDR? When DDR was first getting popular. I did try... I think I tried Osu, maybe. So, I don't guess I see the problem with it, but maybe that's just my experience with the genre. And I would see more clearly if I actually tried to play that way. What is the opening for Kujibiki? Yeah, give me the opening section. They just don't. This is not the song either. Okay, yeah, it's just not giving me the song. There's one more chance, and the case might also blast you with Kujibiki Unbalance, honestly. But it's a chance I'm willing to take at this stage. because I can't. There's a thing with Chrome sometimes where it's, oh, you don't have lyrics on this? I was just listening to it. Maybe this one? This one's awful. Yep, that one's also awful. Okay. Fuck. I'll have to go digging for that later. But yeah, practicing at only 3/4 speed for some songs. And also, what are the lyrics for the one that I'll hold off on that. I'll hold off on that. I want to say it's fun to sing nonsense. It's fun to sing nonsense. Not having to worry about how it's pronounced. Other comics that were around that time. Real quick. So we have the early ones. Some of the, like, really early ones. Unknown to me. I actually haven't heard of any of those. I have read Kevin and Cal, which I feel like accusations is not the right word, but just more of a, if you don't know the name, that's fine. If you do know the name, I'm not a furry. I'm not a furry. But he's from an older age, kind of like Sluggy is. Or at least he was when I was reading it. User friendly, is that still... was a webcomic? Ah, okay. Is PvP still ongoing? Is PvP still ongoing? Penny Arcade is, as far as I know. I don't know the others. Is Diesel Sweetie still ongoing? Wait. Diesel Sweeties was syndicated? Syndicated for like a year. I don't mean to laugh, but more like, did they realize that maybe a story about a robot and like a ex-porn star was maybe not something that went in newspapers? I wanted to make sure. That's why the pause is kind of like, wait, she was a porn star, right? I thought that was a pretty big thing. Or like an ex-porn star, I guess. But yeah, bit comic thing. When did... There was a really big Final Fantasy Sprite comic. That was a big thing in the day, wasn't it? Sprite comics. Just thinking about Diesel Sweeties and how PvP went to templating for a while. He probably still is. 8-Bit Theater. Okay, yeah. Like, when did 8-Bit Theater start? Just thinking like, you didn't have to have good art if you were on the internet in the early days. You could get around it really easily just by being really funny. Or you could sprite. Wait. Okay, switch from print to web. Okay, because I did read Dork Tower too for a little bit. It was kind of a Did it really start this year? But I guess just switching over. Just be funny enough. I suppose so. I'm trying to... okay, I guess if we look... 21 is the latest that comes out. It might be a case... oh, webcomics ended, but it started. I feel like there's enough stuff out there already that are both, like, really funny and good looking that you can't afford to only be funny unless you're really fucking funny. You have to knock it completely out of the park. Oh, Perry Bible Fellowship started in 2001. That makes sense. I remember picking up the book, I think in 2007 or 8? Maybe even 9. It might have been 9. It had to have been. It could not have been 2007. Yeah, Peachy Cats. It may have also been that the XKCD. XKCD has been running for such a long time though. Like he is from an era where you didn't need good art. And I think that he's had enough other things going on. Yeah, 2005. 17 years. He's got enough other things going on. Like, I think he would be able to improve the art if he wanted to. I suppose it's also a case of it doesn't really need improvements to the art in his cases. And oftentimes it's also like, it's a webcomic, but it's not necessarily funny. If that makes sense. It's oftentimes just as educational as it's funny. It's got its niche. Scub. Scub. Let me tell you about Scub. Scub burned my house down. My previous house. Scub killed my cat. Scub ruined my life. It's a miracle I'm here. Damn Scub to hell. I've never been asked the Scub question before. Imagine being pro Scub. Could never. That is the true embodiment of evil. Being pro Scub. I remember a time before the Weeaboo comic too. What's a Scub? Let me introduce you to Perry. Actually, it's kind of a shit. Can I actually go look at Perry Bible Fellowship? It's fine. It's fine. I can look at Perry Bible Fellowship, probably. It's probably fine. It's educational. And... oh, this is new. I haven't actually read this one. Hold on. It's part of a... it's a famous comic by... the Perry Bible Fellowship comic. And I will show you what a Scub is. Very briefly after I read this comic. Hold on. Live comic reading. Only art. No word. Okay, there are some words. Hold on. Mom takes the crust off. Fine. Oh, he has a collab section up too. He does a lot of different style of comics. He's rather inventive, I would say. He doesn't mind trying new things. Doesn't seem to mind failing. And he had a large gap, actually, between some comics. Yeah, 2008, 2010, I don't think he did anything. So the last one I remember seeing for the longest time was, I think, this. But Scub. Can I find Scub? Ah. This is Scub. This is Scub. Anti-Scub. Yeah, no, it's just people fighting over, you know, a thing. It doesn't really matter what Scub stands for, does it? It just is. It's a tub of something. Mystery thing. It doesn't matter. There are people who are so vehement about their opinions over this inconsequential thing that they'll get into a fight over it. So, Scub. Yeah. Feeling pro Scub? There was... Right, where's... Weeaboo? Where's Weeaboo? I know what the Weeaboo comic looks like, roughly. I think it's this one? Is this Weeaboo? Yeah, it is. Okay. This is Weeaboo. This is where the... I believe this is where the term Weeaboo came from. What is that? Is that a... Feeling fine? Wait. Varag, are you... Are you pro Scub? Are you pro Scub? But yeah. This is fine for Twitch. This is fine for Twitch. But yeah, if we waste any more time on Weeaboo, we'll be bankrupt by the end of the month. So, yes. I'm sorry for besmirching your name, Varag. I just had to be. I had to be sure. Actually, I've never really seen that question asked before. But actually, I might as well stay here real quick. I only know one other person's opinions on Scub, I guess. That I know of. Although I guess it's a question to ask others now. Where was I? Was I actually doing this through... Fuck. We went to XKCD. Is XKCD still up? I mean, it has to be still updating, but I know he was going through some personal stuff a number of years ago. U.S. drainage basins? Where Alex... Ah, okay, this is gonna be a little... This is a dated reference if I've ever seen one. Yeah. I guess this is kind of the line, like, are you... How old are you? Do you know what we mean when we say Alex Mack? Yeah. That's what I was thinking of. I know he's got an anti-Scub sign. That's the only other person I know their opinion. So it's kind of do I go against or for? And like, ah, shit, I can't come up with any funny stuff for like being pro. So anti it is. Oh, and you can't see the alt text. Alex Mack was I believe in the early 1990s, maybe mid 1990s, TV show about like basically thinking about like, God, was she like a proto slime? Was she a proto slime girl sort of? She could turn into a liquid basically to get around because of like a radioactive spill or something. And she was an investigator, so she would often go to places she wasn't supposed to. Alex Mack. The Secret World of Alex Mack. Alexandra Alex Mack is an ordinary teenage girl living with her parents, George and Barbara, and precocious older sister, blah blah. There's a chemical factory that employs most adult residents. It's super shady. Junior high. She's drenched with GC-161, an experimental substance developed by the factory. Yeah, 1994 to 98. She soon discovers that has given her strange powers, including telekinesis, shooting electricity from her fingers, and the ability to dissolve into a mobile puddle of water. So yeah. Proto slime girl. Like, not full-time slime girl, but being able to just, like, go into a puddle at will and just, like, shloop places. That's kind of, okay, maybe not the right noise, but, like, she's mobile water. How else do you describe that? Slurp. But yeah, I honestly do not remember anything else except for, like, the water trick. There were... a lot of spunky... Actually, looking at this art, and it's kind of a wait. This has to be... This has to be art that was done later, not, like, art that was done at the time, just because it feels a bit too... modern? Where is it? Oh. Can I open just the image? I can. But yeah, is it bad that all I can remember is the schlorp? So yeah, spunky, dirty blonde protagonist girl. Kind of grunge, but only a little bit grunge. Looking into shady stuff to do with the company. Here's the... Can I grab this photo? Answer is no, it will not let me. Wait. Nope. Fuck. Oh, and I guess she may have she was orange at one point? Like yellow? God, this is... a product of the times, and God, the images back then. The images back then were tiny. I picked this one because it's big. But then you have, like... zoom in closer. A lot of simple shape games. You can ask me a question. I was playing Flourish, and then I finished. And I did not win enough for a medal, but only by, like, 3 points. Alex, you're glowing. This was maybe not peak graphic design, but this was a thing back in the day. Have we looped back around? If it's on the workshop, maybe? I have to be honest, I don't actually really play on... I don't play a whole lot online with other people. I've only done that, like, once in terms of, like, an entire year of streaming. Only once. But I can look into it. Let's see, hold on. Wait. Let me download it into the workshop, or at least check it out in the workshop. Can I bookmark it on the workshop? My experiences with this sort of thing with deck builders, just thinking, what is it? But yeah, I can take a look at it after stream, like, more in depth, and see. I'd be more apt to play it on like stream if it were a one-player game, because I actually really haven't done, like, a whole lot of collabs. The game that I'm playing right now is a solo. Let's see. But actually, it's almost 4 a.m. I've been streaming for over almost 7 hours. Almost 7 hours, and it's kind of... I had plans. Today's Saturday. Thank you for the follow, Simple Shape Games. I do have a Discord if you want to use that to maybe DM me in the future about it. Let me take a look. Yeah. Thank you for being here. I didn't really plan for it, but it was kind of a webcomics. And one single game of Flourish in 7 fucking hours. A single solitaire game. I should be able to talk and play at the same time. Shame on me. We are so close to beating him. Who's still up and around on stream right now? Oh god, the amount of tabs I have open is finally biting me in the ass. It's kind of I need to go somewhere. Where do I go? Where do I go from here? Thinking, oh, this person's been up for 11 minutes. No, it's not 11 minutes. What? Sorry, reading the name of something was kind of a... what is this? I'm still not certain, but we're going to go raid Callie? Callie Calico. I know that she had a big event earlier today, and I'm wondering if she's kind of feeling the after effects of it. So she's playing Deadly Premonition. Is that a horror game? It looks like it's a retro. Callie Calico. She is a magical girl under house arrest. She's part of the South Side. I've seen her playing a lot of horror games. Horror games. And she's been up for about an hour, and I think she's on like a further coast, so it's not quite as late for her, which I know sometimes is a problem. But for the rest of the week, my schedule before we head off, before I finish this, I don't have the schedule on the screen. I do have a schedule, but not here. Schedule. Upcoming on Sunday, we're going to be finishing Folk of the Realm in Dungeon World. We're going to be finishing that section. I retract my statement. I cannot be sure what she's doing right now, because it's kind of a... Speaking of horror games, and it's kind of a what is she showing on the stream? I'm going to send you guys to her. I want an explanation. But yes, I'm going to be reading on Sunday. And we'll see what will be coming up for the rest of the week. Have a good night. Have a good night.